That's strangely close to Daniel Jones from the Giants. Daniel, is that you? Beat the Chiefs. Show me. If the Broncos and Russell Wilson can show me that they can beat the Chiefs, then I will start believing.
The crowd up. And so are this defense, and Kansas City won't snap the ball again. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs.
David Montgomery on the Lions, former Bear, gonna make this his revenge game for sure. David Montgomery gets the touchdown that ices the game. No! And there's the flag. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. Snap. Hold. Kick.
Denver wins! Denver wins! Let's go!
They open. No!
What happened? Oh shit. Yo, what is going on? Welcome to the Only Football Podcast. Hold on, what's going on with my background here? I have no overlay set up. Let's get this figured out really quick. Here we go. Boom. All right, and why is my name there? We don't need a display name. Boom. All right. So here we go. I had to take care of some stuff. So I actually am coming onto the podcast a little late today. So I'm going to be catching up in real time with what happened so far tonight. I don't even know the score. I'm coming in raw and I don't know. Okay. I'm seeing highlights of Marvin Harrison Jr. It looks like they're trying to show, oh my gosh, a drop that turned into an interception. Jacoby Brissett is in the game? Why? Kyler Murray, 14 for 23, 83 passing yards, 3 interceptions? 6 interceptions when targeting Marvin Harrison since 2024. What is going on? We got E-Dub in the chat. What's up, E-Dub? We also got Jinja. What's up, fam? Look, I'm going to let you guys know right now that tonight is the biggest stream we've ever done on the Only Football Podcast because tonight we're hitting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. We just a couple days ago were at 798, trying to figure out how to get over the 800 mark. And a lot of YouTubers saying, man, this is where they got stuck. And we were definitely stuck. And in 2 days, we are at 977 subscribers. I'm going to be pulling up a real subscriber countdown as we go. And we're going to do this together tonight. I'm actually making it right now. And it's going to be subscriber count, countdown. Let's see. Subscribe. How many do we have right now? Let me know in the chat how many subscribers we have right now. I believe we are 17 away from hitting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube for the first time. We are going into our 4th year doing this podcast, but it is finally starting to look like we are building something here. We got 985 subscribers, which means we are 15 subscribers away from 1,000. 15 subscribers away from 1,000. All right. Count down to 1,000. Boom. And we are going to do this together today. Today is the day. Countdown to 1,000. 15 to go. Boom. There we go. Boom. 15 to go. Let's change the font to we go. And countdown to 1,000 subscribers. I'm building this right now for us. And here we go. 1,000 subscribers. Here we go. And I'm going to make this transparent. I don't even like the way it looks, but I don't care. Actually, I need to make it white because I just realized it won't show up if I make it black. You won't be able to read it. So make it all white and then share, download transparent background. That way I can pull it up here and background, we go portrait, effect, framing. Where can I add a picture to the background? Background, add a depth of field effect, focusing. Let's see, sensitivity, privacy. There is a way to do it. Frame, picture. Dang, I wanted to add a picture in the background, but oh, here we go. Here we go. Background. Oh well. Oh well. We're just gonna have to. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna make a banner. Countdown to 1,000 subscribers. 15. Here we go. There we go. Hopefully that's the best way for me to say it. Countdown to 1,000 subscribers. 15 level. There we go. Wait, I'm going to say 15 subscribers away from 1,000. There we go. 15 subscribers away from 1,000. I think that's the best way to do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the chat. We got Daniel Berry in the chat. What's up? Audio messed up. Thank you, Georgia. Audio messed up. All right. Is my audio better? Can you guys hear me good on YouTube right now? Let me see. Let me pull it up really quick. All right. So you can't hear me good right now. If I bring it closer, how is this? How is this? Check 1, 2, 3. 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 All right. All right. I think this is right where I needed it. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, that sounds money right there. That sounds like money right there. All right. We got Main Street Paul in the chat. What's up, Mainstream? We got Casey in the chat. What's up, Casey? And Mainstream just subscribed, which means we no longer are 15 away. We are officially at 14 subscribers away from 1,000. Let me pull up our channel in real time so I can keep an eye on that. Thank you for joining the Only Football fam. We are at Only Football 985, so still 15 away. And couldn't be happier to have you in here. Let me know who your favorite team is, Main Street. Let me know who your favorite team is. We got a lot of different fans in this channel. We got a Bears fan, Broncos, Colts, Chiefs. We got a little bit of everything. Look at the end zone. The Cardinals end zone is crazy. This is going to be taken out, and he's going to bring it out to the 33-yard line. And Jinja, I figured of all people, you would appreciate this jersey more than anybody because you and I have shared custody of this guy. The Tennessee Peyton Manning. Does it get any better than that? Seriously, this jersey goes so hard. Let me make sure that you guys can see it. Gosh, 1998. All right. Sam Darnold hit from behind, ball on the ground, and the Seahawks are able to recover. Now, the Seahawks are up 11, and the Cardinals were the favorite to win this game. Josh Sweat came home, and Sam Darnold didn't feel him or see him. Josh Sweat, really good job using his hands to get around, and you really hate if you're the Cardinals that you didn't recover that. That could have been a turning point early in the second half. You're down 11, but you definitely want to get a 3-and-out here. 2nd and 11, they're going to pitch it. This is JSN in space. He gets the corner, extends the ball. It's going to be marked a yard short. I thought maybe he got it with the extension, but no. And Ginger said, my boys fly too. That thing is fucking crispy. I knew you would love this. I knew you would love this. And KC, Seattle recovers. Man, there was a real opportunity there. There was a real chance. And I'm going to go minimal here. There we go. And banners. Here we go. 15 subscribers away from 1,000. Darnold rolls out, and he's going to throw it. And that's A.J. Garner. I don't know much about him. We're looking at next-gen stats here. JSN, 0 targets on 10 routes, 42.6% target rate entering tonight, 2nd in the NFL, meaning the Cardinals are doing something right. They're taking JSN away, who's been the 2nd most targeted wide receiver in the NFL this season. And, of course, they have Cooper Kupp there as well now. Here is a stiff arm. Kenneth Walker doesn't get tackled, but a couple Cardinals escort him out of bounds after a gain of 2. And I thought the Seahawks last week showed a lot of promise on the offense. And, of course, they were playing the Saints, so we don't want to get carried away. But Sam Darnold had a bunch of 20-plus yard plays and led the NFL in deep plays. So you're really seeing Sam Darnold push the ball down the field and get those big chunks plays in a season where big chunk plays haven't been easy for many teams. 2nd and 8, a quick throw and a completion. That's just a great timing route. And there's Gardner again, the tight end. And they had Noah Fant, who they acquired because of the Russell Wilson trade to Denver. And Noah Fant is not with the Seahawks anymore. And where did Noah Fant end up? I know they had Will Dissly. Noah Fant. Did he? Oh, yeah, he's with the Bengals now. All right. Here's a big 3rd and 2. It would be a hard field goal from here. And they're going to get the first down, pick it up on the ground. And, man, when you can just run the football on 3rd and 2 and pick up, you're really making a statement, especially doing that on the road. I'm seeing more home teams wearing white this year than ever before. I don't know if I'm the only one that has seen a bunch of white at home this year. Sam Darnold, play action, fakes the handoff, rolls up, and sack lunch. Nom, 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 nom. Sack lunch. And I love these uniforms. And Sam Darnold takes his helmet off. And an injured Cardinal on the field. That's what's going on. And yes, there is a Cardinal Burich, 2018 first-round quarterback. Sam Darnold went 3rd overall. Baker went 1st. Josh Allen went 7th. Josh Rosen. Remember Josh Rosen, and then the year after, they drafted Kyler Murray. And then Lamar Jackson went 32nd. And, of course, Josh Rosen's gone. And really, we saw Baker Mayfield. You know, he is a top 10 quarterback. I don't care what anybody says. He may be top 5, top 7. And now Sam Darnold, a late bloomer, but now Sam Darnold really starting to become a quarterback that is more than, I think Kevin O'Connell, he had one good season with Kevin O'Connell. Now, last year, that was all he had. But now he's with a new team, $100 million contract, and he really has a chance to be more than the guy that had a good season with Minnesota. And he looks good so far. Here's 2nd and 15. Shotgun for Sam Darnold. They're going to pitch it to Kenneth Walker. He's got a lead blocker, lowers his shoulder, and picks up 5 yards on the ground. But because of the sack, it's going to be 3rd and 10. They're not quite in field goal range yet. So it could be they would attempt it, I'm sure. It would be a 55-yarder from here. Don't quote me on that. Let me wait and see. We got Crooked Commish. What's good? How's the game? I'm just getting off work. Game's good. I was actually running late myself, but this is the opening drive in the second half. We got a 3rd and 11. The Cardinals only have 3. The Seahawks 14. This is the opening drive, so the Cardinals need to get off the field here. And they're going to, because Sam Darnold is going to throw it here to Charbonnet, and decision time. Seattle's staying on the field. Seattle's offense is going to stay on the field. It is that weird fringe range where, nope, here comes the kicker now. They're looking at the big picture here. A field goal makes it a 14-point lead. Whereas you could get a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and then you just need a field goal to tie the game. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. So because of the field goal, now it is you need 2 touchdowns to tie the game. Let's say Seattle went for it and didn't get it. The Cardinals could have gotten 1 touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal and tied the game at 14. But because they took the 3 points, it is a 2-possession game, 17-13. And it is time to update the ticker. Seahawks 17, Card 3. So not a great game from the Cardinals. I'm going to add in 3rd quarter. Not a great game so far. From the Cardinals offensively. Here we go. Let's see how we are doing on our quest to 1,000 subscribers. 985. So we are still 15 subs away from hitting 1,000. Oh, that's good. Man, that's good. Powerade Zero. Powerade Zero Strawberry Smash. Damn good. Damn good. I also got me a small 8-ounce Red Bull, sugar-free. And this is going to be my celebratory drink for hitting 1,000 subscribers today. We're going to do it together. Come on, share it with your family. Share it with your friends. Tell them we need 15 more to get to 1,000. But ultimately, just have a good time because we're gonna get there organically. All right. Ginger said too many Cardinals turnovers. Thank you for that context, Casey, because I missed the first half. Ginger said to throw 3 picks and be down only 2 scores. Arizona sounds like they've played solid defensively. Couldn't agree more. Here we go. They're going to return this one to the 35-yard line. And the returner never goes down, but forward progress comes to an end. Man, Kyler Murray trying to get the ball to Marvin Harrison. They are not in sync. They just showed 2 passes that were just completely thrown to an area of the field that Marvin Harrison wasn't even at. And then that one interception, he had the ball in his hand, took like 4 steps, and then just somehow the ball flung up. It's like, the ball. It scared him. Here we go. 1st and 10. Kyler Murray under center. He's going to hand it off. Trey Benson, who was my favorite running back in last year's draft class because of the injury to James Conner. We're going to see a lot of Trey Benson. And that was one of my keys to victory. Trey Benson having a big night, having at least 100 total yards from scrimmage. Murray going deep, and there's going to be a flag. There's going to be a flag here. Is that Witherspoon? He took a shot. Took it. Pass interference. Wow, that's not a holding penalty. That's a pass interference. And that's on Woolen, number 27. Grabs the arm right there. I mean, did he grab the arm? Did he grab it? I'm not saying he didn't, but all right. Trey Benson just doesn't look very dynamic. Like he's just he's not running. Sometimes you see a running back that creates a hole. Like you don't even see it, but the running back does. Trey Benson just kind of keeps running into his own players. Kyler Murray tries to step up in pick up the first down with his legs, but he gets tripped up by Murphy, one of their draft picks, I think last year. And it's going to be holding, and they're going to accept it. Oh, that's their top pick out of Ohio State. They said 3rd year in the league already. Yeah. Yeah, he hooked around his neck. Doesn't get much easier than that. 2nd and 17. Kyler Murray, shotgun. Here he goes. Takes about 5-step drop, tosses it. Here's Benson. Benson, and he goes down. Just not very dynamic. Doesn't look very fast. Not seeing any broken tackles. Continues to go down at first contact. And we have 12. What's up, Mom? We have 12 subscribers to go to hit 1,000. How do you feel about that, Woody? 12 subscribers away from 1,000. Did you ever think that you would be here for this crazy moment? I just want to thank God. You know, without him, none of this would be possible. I want to thank my owner, Kyle. He's just such a great guy. He gives me bones and love all the time. You know, I just love him so much. All right, Woody, we love you too. I'm going to put you in the special chair. Special chair for a special stream. And we got Ginger giving Woody a special shout out here. And they're going to have to punt the football. Man, Arizona's offense, not dynamic, to say the least. And they're going to punt this one. Ooh, it was almost blocked. Almost blocked. And it's going to be fair caught at the 13-yard line. All right. So let me check. Let me check the channel. 987. So 13 to go. 13 subscribers to go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Where did I put? All right. I'll be right back. I forgot something. All righty. All right. We are back. Bear down. Let's get those 13 subs. Where do we got? September 25th. KC said bear down. All right. At 9:13 p.m. Make sure we get that on record. Third QB to start a game for, what was that, 5 different teams in 3 years? Jets, Panthers, Saints, Vikings, Seahawks. Pretty crazy. All right, here we go. Oh, good defense Great defense. Tackle behind the line of scrimmage. That was JSN, who they haven't been able to get him very involved in this game, in the passing game, but they're trying to get him the ball in space. And he is one of those guys that can be a threat running the football. You line him up in that X position, and he can be dangerous, kind of like your Jaden Reed or your Deebo Samuel, who the Seahawks used to see twice a year. Here's Sam Darnold, quick throw, and tackled again. And it looks like the Cardinals defense is going to be solid this year. Seattle's offense has 17 points, but this drive looks like it's on its way to a 3-and-out. Wow, Arizona is averaging 3 yards per play. They've ran 38 plays in this game. All right. Sam Darnold motions running back to come in because Cardinals are showing pressure. They drop out of it. Darnold fires. Incomplete pass, no flag. And Arizona defensively gets a 3-and-out and says, come on, let's go, Kyler. I need you to go out there and do something. Darnold had a clean pocket. Honestly, it looked like Cooper Kupp and Darnold should have had that connection, but just great anticipation by the Cardinals to be able to knock that ball out because the timing was amazing for Seattle. In the punt looked a little awkward coming out, but it's going to be fair caught at the 35 or so. Actually, it went out of bounds around the 35. So still 17-3 with 4:50 left in the third quarter. All right. Let me know if you guys got any fantasy football matches going on right now. Do you have anybody starting? I had to ask myself that question on the drive home, and I went, no. I'm like, I would know if I had somebody playing. I got Lamar Jackson, Ricky Pearsall, Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Xavier Worthy, Dalton Kincaid, and my flex position, I've been really struggling with my flex. But I think I'm settling on maybe Troy Franklin. Something's telling me Troy Franklin's going to have a big game. Terry McLaurin, is he going to play? Oh, okay. This is big news. Ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news as of 3 hours ago. Not even 3 hours ago. This is about 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. NFL Network's Mike Garofalo reports that Terry McLaurin's quad injury does not need to undergo surgery as of right now. This injury was a very concerning injury because there was a quad hip groin injury. And then we heard that McLaurin may undergo surgery and would potentially miss 6 to 8 weeks to recover. And he was currently not expected to play as of yesterday. He wasn't expected to play in week 4. And they said we would know for sure on Friday, but we just got an update 2 hours ago that he does not need to undergo surgery. The as of right now is kind of strange, but Terry McLaurin is back to being projected 11 points, almost 12 points. I don't know if you should trust him this week. He hasn't been trustable. Even if he wasn't dealing with an injury, he hasn't had a good start to the season. So, all right. Kyler Murray back on the field, starting this drive at the 38-yard line. Can the Cardinals get something going? A drop back, a throw, That's McBride for a gain of 3. Really do love these uniforms the Cardinals are rolling with today. This is a young team, and when I think about the Cardinals, I think about how many players they drafted in the last couple of drafts. I think 2 years ago, they drafted like 12 players. This is a very young team. They have a lot of youth. Here's Kyler Murray throwing it to Trey Benson, and Trey Benson picks up the first down after a 10-yard pickup. Finally, we're seeing Trey Benson. Even when Kyler Murray got the ball out of his hands there, it looked like it's coming out slow. They're trying to go no huddle. Here we go, Kyler. 3-step drop, throwing. And is that a push-off? That looked like a push-off, but it doesn't get called, and it's going to be good for a first down to Marvin Harrison. Morty says, hey, Mom, I need another passing touchdown from Darnold. Think it happens? I think so. It's kind of hard for me to have a pulse on this game because I missed the first half, but there's plenty of time. Like if I had a bet in for it, I wouldn't be worried. Flea flicker, and it gets blown up. It was almost a dangerous situation where Kyler just got the ball back when he was being blown up in the backfield. They went with an all-out blitz on the edge, and the Cardinals did not pick it up. And, wow, could have been a dangerous play had the Cardinals been able to pick up that and actually throw the ball, but Seahawks weren't fooled. 2nd and 17. Kyler, shotgun, fakes the handoff, rolling. Now he's going to roll out of it. Points the hand up, says go, and then just gets back to the line of scrimmage. We're seeing Kyler Murray roll out, and you're expecting him to launch the ball, and you're expecting something. You know, the play after the play, I feel like Kyler Murray bought a lot of time. Like one of these receivers has to get open. Trey McBride just kind of turns around, and he's kind of standing there. Run, make yourself available. Don't just stand there. Here we go. Oh my gosh. And a drop. Who is that? Number 4. And now it's 4th and 17, and the fans are booing. The fans are booing. The fans are booing right now, shaking their head. And, I mean, can they pick up a first down here? I mean, a first down, a field goal. They're going to try it. 57-yard field goal attempt. Here we go. Snap, hold, kick is good. And it looks like it would have been good from 63. It hit the net. Rooting for it, Jake. And Jake said, someone said that my Twitter that has, somebody said that my Twitter, that football has always been too easy for Marvin Harrison Jr., and that just makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. And that's sometimes what's concerning about these wide receivers, or whether you're evaluating a wide receiver from Alabama or a quarterback, it's hard sometimes to know, like, okay, you got all of these talented wide receivers, Jerry Jeudy. I mean, how many was it? Devontae Smith, Jerry Jeudy. There was like 3 others. And it's like, how do you account for that as a defense? Like, obviously somebody's getting left open. And you wonder, like, how is this going to, translate to the NFL? Or Mac Jones, who his wide receivers are getting insane separation every play. What is he going to look like when that's not the case? So I totally know what you mean. But then also you don't want to overthink it and not draft a dynamic wide receiver. So it does make a lot of sense, though, that Marvin Harrison. And I think, too, for Kyler Murray, like, I don't know. We kind of saw this with Deshaun Watson, and I'm not throwing him in that category yet. But how many times have we seen now a quarterback and you're kind of expecting him to continue to grow, but he just slowly is progressively getting worse. And I feel like Kyler's dealt with a lot of injuries. He had the ACL, I believe, 2 years ago. Last year, he wasn't impressive. I'm not impressed this year. It's possible that Kyler Murray's best days are behind him, and the Cardinals may need to pivot. And Jonathan Gannon, I mean, he's going to give Kyler a shot. I know they restructured his contract last year. So I think Kyler Murray has this year and he has next year to prove otherwise. But if this is what it's going to look like, don't even be surprised if Kyler Murray gets benched, by late November if it continues to look this bad. Here's Sam Darnold, 2nd and 6, and he's going to throw it over the head of JSN, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down. And, man, at least in the second half, I can't speak about the first half, but the second half, this Cardinals defense, given their offense a chance to tie this game up. And Jake said Kyler Murray was the most decorated high school football player to come out of Texas ever at his time. Oh, yeah. He was the most decorated, maybe college football player ever. Because Kyler Murray, you hear about players that were drafted MLB, but rarely are they drafted first round. It's like, usually they're like 5th round draft picks in MLB, and they're like, yeah, but they were drafted both. It's like Kyler Murray was he could have been a first round baseball talent. He really had to decide, and I don't know if he made the right choice. I'm just not seeing Kyler, he can, man, I remember last year where he had that one play that lasted like 23 seconds, and it was a 2-point conversion. It lasted like 20 seconds of him looking, and eventually he just ran it in himself to tie the game. I think it was to tie the game, and it was a must-have. And like Kyler used to put plays like that on film all the time, and it's just not happening anymore. Obviously, you got the video game memes where he plays Call of Duty a lot. I don't know if I will say, I think there might be something to it, because if you're a single guy that's playing video games, there's nothing more dangerous than a man that has nobody that he has to be accountable to. Like if you're not having to account for your time with another person, like, men can be really their worst enemy when it comes down to it. They say, what is it? Boredom is the devil's playground, is the bored man. I just think, like, when you're married, you want to get out of the house. And if your job is to train, Mahomes is like, I don't want to be around the wife. I need to get away. But it can't be golfing, right? It can't be like I'm going to the bar. But if he's going to go train, that's an acceptable way of escaping. So that's why the most successful people are the people that are usually miserably married. I'm only kidding. But think about it. I remember in the Navy, our chiefs, the commanding officer would be like, "You guys can go home for the day," and the chiefs would be like, "Nope, we're gonna clean this place." And we're like, "Oh my god." Just because the chief doesn't want to go home to his miserable wife doesn't mean we don't want to go see our wives. And that was the joke, was like, that's why he works the late hours. It's not because he's, dedicated to the job. It's because he doesn't want to go home. Which unfortunately for some marriages, like, there is some truth to that. But anyway, I think Kyler Murray, if he wants to save his career, he needs to get in an unhealthy, miserable marriage. And he's better do it quick. Jen just said, top 10 pick by the Oakland A's. Is it the Oakland A's? I believe it is the Oakland A's, right? It sounds right. I feel bad, man. Oakland. I mean, I think the worst thing that happened to the Raiders might be, I think Vegas having an NFL team is awesome, but I think they should have just expanded the league. But it's really hard to make, a 5-team division. It's hard to add one without adding, at this point, you would need to add 7, to add one. Here's Cooper Kupp on a quick throw in 2nd and 15. They pick up like 8 or 9 yards. So here's 3rd and 5. Third and 4. Shotgun, Darnold, standing almost on the bird. Here we go. Let's go, FanDuel. I'm gonna predict if they can get a stop here, the Cardinals are gonna win. Here we go. Oh, flag comes out. This might be holding. Sam Darnold gets pushed out of bounds. Wise. That's gonna be defensive holding, and Sam Darnold is pointing, saying it's gonna be a first down, and this is gonna be called on. They're showing Thompson. Defense number 34. Oh, okay. Cooper Kupp ends up getting tackled onto the ground. And I took that personally. He's looking at the big screen going, what did I do? Losing his balance and going to the ground is what, I don't know. I mean, how do they ever decide what's incidental contact and what is not? I mean, usually it's whether you got tripped up on your feet or if you falling was a result of you holding. I didn't see him like grab and pull, but he definitely caused him to fall down. But anyway, on the 43-yard line, Sam Darnold looking, throwing, incomplete. Kenneth Walker with a rare drop. That boy is thick with 2 Qs. Damn. Kenneth Walker just kind of turns his head before he catches the football. A tale as old as time. All right, let's see. Let's see what I can get here. Sam Darnold. I'm going to see. Okay. We'll wait for the next commercial. Put a live bet in. All right. Sam Darnold throwing. Caught. But JSN. And, he's going to get the first down. He got lucky. And the Cardinals were not smart. If they were on that, that wasn't what I meant to say. But they should have pulled him backwards because we've seen this throughout week 4 or week 3 where they catch the football and they run back on their own, back towards the quarterback. That's not forward progress. When the wide receiver makes a football move on his own, he loses the forward progress And instead of tackling him forward, the guy behind him should have grabbed him and pulled him back. But understandably, it's kind of hard to know exactly where you're at. Here's Kenneth Walker. And another Cardinal tackles him forward for 3 yards. So 2 plays in a row. If I'm a coach in the film room next week, I'm like, hey, you guys grab him and pull him backwards, right? Be aware of this. It's all the little things. They would have kicked a field goal right there. You got to start thinking about time here. It's 12 and a half minutes left, and you really need a stop here. You're already given a field goal. That's okay. It's a 2-possession game, but you can't give a touchdown. And Kenneth Walker bounces it outside, and he takes it into the 10-yard line, and now it's 1st and goal. It is 1st and goal, and the Cardinals really need another defensive stand, but it's like at some point the offense needs to hold up their end. The defense keeps coming out here and making stops. This was a game I had the Seahawks winning in my predictions earlier. You can go back and watch that. But man, it would be nice for the home team. No, I can't believe Charbonnet touchdown. Okay, we got a flag on the play, and this is a huge penalty. This is a huge penalty. If this is on JSN, not only is the touchdown gone, but it's a 10-yard penalty. Oh. Oh. Wow. JSN was just cursing, and the ref went holding, and he had to stop and wait for JSN to walk away. And he looked at him like, are you done? Because I got a microphone on right now, you jackass. Like, I am not going to have you in my microphone. It could have been another 15-yard penalty. Look at this. Here it is again. Yep. Just a misdemeanor this time. That's funny. Uh-oh. Thompson slow to get up. You hate to see that. All right. Jackson Smith still talking. Still talking his crap. He's a pretty chill guy. Kurt Street acting like he knows him. Probably does, to be honest. All right. Handoff, Kenneth Walker. And takes it to the 8. So it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 8. That was a huge penalty, man. That was a huge penalty. Now, let's say they score here. 6-24. That's an 18-point swing. That's a 4-possession game. If you hold them to 3, it's a 3-score. Or I'm sorry. They got 6. 24, 18. It's a 3 possessions, no matter how you slice it. And 2 tight ends moved at the same time. Wow. And the penalties right now are killing. The penalties are killing them. And I'm going to go with the let's go online banking. We're going to go $10. What is it? 85167. $10. There we go. Here we go. Walker spinning, nothing. What was it? What is it? What is it? All right, we'll wait for the commercial. Third and goal to the outside. Nothing. And now they're going to have to kick a field goal. So they did it, man. They did it. They were able to get a stop right there. Passing touchdown unlikely now. I don't know. We still got yeah, I mean, you said unlikely. You didn't say impossible. But yeah, the Cardinals score a touchdown here. Seattle's definitely not going to get too conservative. Here's a 31-yard field goal, and it's good. So it's 20-6. And let me switch my camera for a second. Boom. All right. What is this? Where is... 2186-122. Add funds. All right. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back with you. All right, we're going to go. Debit card. $10. What was it? 5167? Here we go. And let's go. Tennessee. 3988. 37206. Boom. I'm back. And let's get that camera back. Boom. Boom. All right. So we're going to go 30% profit boost. No sweat, same game parlay. 3 legs, and it has to be 400 odds plus 400 or more. I'm going to go with this. Touchdown score. Let's go Marvin Harrison Jr. That's already at plus 600. We're going to go player receiving yard. Let's just do the Marvin Harrison touchdown. But I need 3 more things. Let's go Trey McBride, 15. And Trey Benson, 2 more rushing yards. No, I would rather go Trey Benson with the passing. Trey Benson receiving yards. He's got 20. There we go. He's got 19. I'm going to go with Trey Benson 20, Trey McBride 50, Marvin Harrison touchdown. We're going to go 2. Well, it's a no sweat bet. They're suspending it. Come on. Unsuspend it. All right. We're going to go 5. Dang. All right. Come on. $29 yards. Hurry up. I must be. There we go. 5. All right, here we go. Kyler Murray looking. And he's going to slide down and picks up 2 yards. Come on. Oh, my gosh. They just keep suspending it. I keep trying to go Marvin Harrison, Trey McBride, 50 yards receiving, Trey Benson, 20, Marvin Harrison, touchdown. They got it all suspended. 2nd and 9. And here we go. They're going to hand it off. And that's Wilson. Gain of 0. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, we're going to at least put the Marvin Harrison in. There we go. Go my bets. Reuse selections. Here we go. Murray, caught. And that would have been McBride. That was exactly what I was trying to put in. And it just wouldn't open up for me. Here we go, Murray. And there's a run. And let's see. Come on, I need the Seahawks to call a timeout for me. Let's go Trey Benson. 1 more reception. And we'll go receiving yards, Trey McBride. Let's go 1 more. Oh, my gosh. Pass interference. Pass interference. It's going to put him on the goal line. Let's go. Ball split. Oh, touchdown. Touchdown. I'm seeing it right now. Geez. Well, I'm glad that there was a touchdown. Now we can finally put something in. Marvin Harrison Jr. caught it. I won. I won it. Marvin Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. caught it. Touchdown Cardinals. $30. Here we go. Kyler. And he did take a sack lunch. Man, I'm that far behind, huh? 4th quarter in the Cardinals. No wonder it is 12. So they haven't gone for 2 yet. No, they went for 1. They went for 1. So now I can put in, it is 13-20. 20. Cardinals 13. We got ourselves a ball game. And we'll see if their defense can try get something going or get a takeaway. 3 and out. They don't have much time. Here we go. Stream East. Still a 1-score game. And Cardinals have all 3 timeouts. I'm frozen. Come on. All right. All right. Live now. Now give me back to that game. Home. All right. Cardinals. Come on. All right. We're going to go Marvin Harrison receiving yards. We're going to go to 50 receiving yards. McBride, we're going to go to 60. And we're going to go Trey Benson to have an extra catch. And then we're going to do our no sweat bet. $10 pays out $48. All right. So we just need, I love this. We just need the Cardinals to get the ball one more time. Marvin Harrison to get 7 yards, Trey McBride to get 8 yards, Trey Benson to get 1 yard. That's just one catch for each player. And I did my no sweat. So if I lose, I get it all back. But if I win, I win $58 after winning 30. That will put me at nearly $100 in the last couple minutes. And Crafty, best part about this game is listening to Kyle's 2 channels on surround sound. Is that really happening? Is that really? Look at that. Man, and the odds for the Marvin Harrison was at plus 600, and I was trying to put it in, but I had 3 legs, and it was suspending 2 of them. So I finally had to just say, fine, I'll put in the Marvin Harrison by itself, and I'm so glad I did. All right. So here we go. Arizona. Can they get the ball back defensively? It's a 1-score game. It's a 1-score game. Let's check it. Let's check the Only Football podcast. Let's see. Are we at 1,000? Did we hit 1,000? And ladies and gentlemen, 989 subscribers. We are 11 subscribers away from 1,000 subscribers. Here we go. Sam Darnold, 1st and 10. Looking, firing. Oh, it was almost intercepted. It was almost intercepted. Sam Darnold almost threw it into the arms of a Cardinal. It skipped off the turf. Here we go. 2nd and 10. And now you can hear the life in the stadium. And this has turned into a real football game. The crowd is into it. Every seat empty because everyone is on their feet. Here is Sam Darnold handing it off. And there is a conservative play call that's going to pick up 4 yards and bring up a huge 3rd and 6. 5.5 minutes left. 3 timeouts for the Cardinals. And this play is huge. Now, if you're Seattle, you don't want to get too conservative here. You're losing the momentum. The crowd's starting to get into it. Not starting. They're fully into it. And we are about to go under 5 minutes to go. Both teams holding on to 3 timeouts. Charbonnet goes out, motions back. Sam Darnold just trying to figure out what defense they're in. Now, taking a shot deep downfield, and it's caught. JSN catches a deep ball. And all of a sudden, the Seahawks are back in business. 3rd and 6, and they pick up 36 yards. Just a little stutter and go, and they burned him. JSN just burned him. Sam Darnold puts the ball on the money, and we talked about the big plays. And Sam Darnold's ability to pick up these big chunk plays. He picked up, I think, 5 throws for 20 or more air yards last week, led the NFL. And Calais Campbell, who was one of the best pass rushers in the NFL last week, is coming out of the game. That's not good. Calais Campbell, you might be surprised to know how good he was last week because he's very much a veteran at this point. Calais Campbell, I'm trying to see where that stat is. 39-year-old Calais Campbell averaged a 0.70 second get-off time. And Kenneth Walker is going to go back to the line of scrimmage. 0.70 second get-off time against the 49ers, the quickest by any defensive tackle in a game this season. He had 5 pressures, team high. He's 39 years old, you guys. Led the NFL last week in get-off time. JSN, 3 receptions, 57 yards, averaging 19 per catch. 2nd and 9 as we tick under. This is a really big spot on the field. It's still a 53-yarder. If they can tackle him here, which they do at the line, it's 3rd down. You probably call a timeout here. And Arizona does. Arizona calls the timeout. So you go. You throw the football, you take a sack, you take a chance of being out of field goal range. You're in field goal range, you run the ball, you force them to take another timeout, and you make it a 2-possession game. I mean, that's the obvious move here, in my opinion. You run the football, and you kick the field goal. It's a 55-yard field goal. It's not a 60-yarder, right? But it just depends how much they do trust their kicker. But here we go. Shotgun for Darnold. Let's see if they just run Charbonnet up the middle on a draw. And they're going to hand it off to Charbonnet. And Charbonnet is going to pick up 2 yards. So the Cardinals do their job. I feel like you would call a timeout here, but they don't. They're going to let the clock wind down. And that way, I guess the kicker has to kind of rush. You don't give him a ton of time to get comfortable. 20 seconds left on the play clock with the kicker out on the field. 4th and 7, can't have any dumb penalties, no leverage. Hopefully, all the other teams put that on film during the week and said, don't be this team. Learn from Denver's mistake. And the kick is no good. The kick is no good. The Cardinals have done it. It comes back to Kyler Murray and the Cardinals with 1 score to tie the game. And the life in this building is back. Look at this crowd. Just moments ago, you could hear a pin drop in this stadium. Kyler Murray and the Cardinals had 0 touchdowns. Marvin Harrison Jr. had drops. They couldn't do anything. And now, a chance to go down. And guys, I'm making a big call here. If the Cardinals score a touchdown on this drive, they're going to go for 2. They're going to go for 2. We need Trey Benson, McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr. Here we go. Kyler Murray looking. And that is not Trey Benson. Who's Mikado? Is Mikado staying in? I don't like this. Here we go. 2nd and 4. 2nd and 4, Kyler Murray. Snap, throwing, caught. They're going to say he's out of bounds, though. Did he get his feet down? Let's take a look. They're at home, so they'll put it on the big screen. Here we go. Threw a jump ball, right foot down. Is the knee down? Is the knee down before the elbow? Does the knee go down before the elbow? Let's take a look. Hand goes down. Hand goes down before the knee. So it's 3rd and 4. At least it's manageable. Here we go. And, McBride. McBride would have picked up the first down, but they drop it. They're going to go for it here. And I don't know. You got 2 timeouts. You got a 2-minute warning. Your defense is playing well. You have an opportunity to flip field position. You're going to end up getting the ball right back where you're at anyway if everything goes perfectly. But here we go. 4th and 4 and a timeout. Seattle's going to call a timeout here. All right. Seattle's going to call a timeout, make sure they got the right defense. This is the biggest play of the game for the Cardinals. I called my mom and told her. Here we go. I feel that the Cardinals are going to win. Why? Because it's our 1,000th subscriber stream. There's magic in the air tonight, and this is going to be a home magic moment for the Cardinals. Can you feel it? Murray throws, caught, one-handed. It looked like it was going to be no catch, but he pulls it down with one hand. And how did he make this catch? Wilson doesn't even know where the ball is, just throws his hand up, and he's able to come down with it. And now they're going to run it. And Bernard picks up 7 yards. Second and 5. Kyler Murray looking, spinning, and he goes down, takes a sack, and they're going quick. It's a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Darnold saw a ghost on that play. Good thing for him. The ghost had butterfingers. Wow. 20-13. 20-13, and we are going to take a look. Where are we at? Ladies and gentlemen, the Only Football Podcast has refreshed. 989 subscribers. We are 11 subscribers away. 11 subscribers away. Let me see something. Why isn't it showing us live on the YouTube short? I want it to show us live. Let me go, let me switch an account and see if it shows shorts. Here we go. I don't understand why it's not showing. us live. Let me go switch account. All right, let me see. Why on my YouTube short is it not showing I'm live? Why is when your YouTube live stream does not show the live ring or appear in the shorts feed, likely due to your stream's formal settings or an app issue? Why are my short videos, YouTube shorts, not showing up? Usually if I'm on my YouTube short, will show a red circle around my logo. Several reasons why the red indicator, technical issues. All right, we'll get back to that. Here we go. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. Kyler Murray, shotgun, looking, quick throw. And this is going to go all the way to the 30. And here we go. That was Dortch. Picks up the first down. They have not put Trey Benson on the field for this final drive. He has not played. Where is Marvin Harrison? Where is Trey McBride? There he is. Marvin Harrison. And Marvin Harrison picks up 5 yards. Stops the clock at 1:21. Mike McDonald playing very aggressive defensively. And Kyler Murray wisely gets rid of the ball. I mean, Marvin Harrison had nobody. They were playing off of him, maybe 7 yards off of him. And smart move to just get him the ball. Here we go. Kyler Murray looking, taking a shot to the end zone. And McBride wants a penalty. There is no penalty on that play. All right. Timeout. Arizona calls a timeout. I mean, they got 1minute, 16 seconds. You don't want to lose 5 yards with the delay game. Make it 3rd and 10. I don't have a problem with that. Murray taking a deep. Caught. I thought that was a push-off again. $55, $54, $53. Clock ticking. We're under 50 seconds left in the game. 1st and goal. From the 7. Here we go. Handoff to the line of scrimmage. And Seattle now calling a timeout saying, hey, we might be able to get the ball and kick a field goal. Man, that in real time, that looked like a push-off. They go to Marvin Harrison, and a must-have third down. Shows their faith in him after the drop earlier. 33 seconds left, second and goal. Kyler looking, firing, touchdown Cardinals. Amari DiMarcado. Do you go for the win? Or do you go for overtime? They're going to go for the overtime. All right. Extra point is good. Extra point is good. 20-20. Wow. And credit how good Arizona's defense has been. Arizona defensively continued to get stops. And finally, the Cardinals offensively were able to get some points late in this game. And now you're going to be asking your defense to do it one more time. Unbelievable. And I knew it. I knew we were going to have a magical game here. And we got whistles blowing. Oh, short of the landing zone. Flag. Ball's placed at the 40. What are you doing? What are you doing? How many times are we going to see that this year? So what? They need 30 yards now? Oh my goodness. Lowest win probability tonight. It was down to 3.6. That's a little too low for a two-possession game, but here we go. Sam Darnold looking to throw. Rolling out. Firing. Nobody home. Incomplete. Keep in mind, Dixon missed his last field goal attempt. That was a huge miss. Gave Arizona an opportunity to only need a touchdown when they could have gone up by two possessions. 23 seconds left. You just got to throw it up to JSN here. Lined up at the bottom of your screen. Going outside. Darnold's looking him all the way. And there it is. Darnold to JSN. They're saying he didn't get out of bounds. They still have a timeout. They're going to take it here. So 12 seconds to go. They still need probably 25 yards to have a real good shot at this field goal. But you knew where he was going with this ball. I'm surprised that Budda Baker wasn't leaning to that side way harder. You got to put two bodies on their number one. He's clearly out of bounds, but I never understand those, because sometimes it's like if you get tackled out of bounds, you're not technically out of bounds. Woo! All right. A 56-yard field goal attempt. Here we go. Here we go. Seattle, the whole field is open because of that. What is Arizona doing? Good timeout, Arizona. What are they doing defensively? Why are they playing a prevent defense when they only need 10 yards or so to get a very makeable field goal? You got 4 Cardinals 15 yards deep. What are you doing? I hope I see a different defense when this game comes back on, because that was mind baffling. I think that's why the timeout was called. Ugh. And if you're a Cardinals fan, just be happy you're not playing the Cowboys with Aubrey. And here we go. Spinning. And this is going to be where they're going to kick the field goal right here. 3, 2, 3 seconds left. They're going to call timeout. And this is going to be a 52. It's amazing. I'm not even looking at yards, or I just going off feeling. And right when I said 52, the announcer went 52. All right. Here we go. 52-yard field goal to go 3-1 and to send Arizona down to 2-2. Arizona got going late in this game, but is it too little too late? Snap, hold for the win. It is. He makes it. Seahawks win. Wow. And the Seahawks get the win on the road in a 23-20 game. And Kyler Murray on the bench, he is not happy. He is not happy at all. And let's go ahead and revisit our predictions from today as a part of our recap. Week 4 predictions. All right, here we go. As always, our new tradition, we look at our predictions right after the game. And here it is. That was one of the reasons that they brought him in, was like, we want somebody that can really push the ball down the field and get those big chunk plays consistently.
Mm-hmm.
And with Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet and JSN, they let DK Metcalf go, and they said, we'll see if JSN can be a legitimate number one receiver. That's looking like a yes. So the Seahawks have the potential to be really good, but yet they're not favored to win this game. I don't feel like the Cardinals have showed us much in their games. Like, they've played close games, but they haven't really been consistent. Marvin Harrison hasn't really had much success this year. Kyler Murray, like we mentioned, he came in with the 2 purses last week, which I don't got a problem with the 2 purses, but you got to win those games. Like, it's like Deion Sanders said, if you're gonna dress good, you got to play good. You can't have the half sleeve and the visor and be on the bench. Like, you gotta be out at least starting. And I felt like Kyler Murray just had a bad game in general last week. That's why the purses became the talking point of the week instead of throwing 4 touchdown passes to Marvin Harrison, and finally, the Cardinals are back. And I think a lot of people have both these teams in the unknown spot. Where would you put them?
The Cardinals are definitely, to me, that unknown, because looking at who they've played so far, it's New Orleans, Carolina, San Francisco. They lost against San Francisco. They beat Carolina by 5. They beat New Orleans by 7, versus the Seahawks, where they're killing teams, man. Like, they both have losses to San Francisco so far, but Pittsburgh, they beat 31-17. New Orleans, 44-13. I think the Seahawks are kind of getting into that, like, it's taken them a couple weeks for the Sam Darnold thing to work out a little bit better, for JSN to really emerge. And I mean, Torrey Thornton, what's his name? I believe his name is Torrey or Tony Thornton. Either way, Torrey Horton is what his name is. That wide receiver last week against the Saints had an awesome game. I mean, we have to look at this in terms of context. Both of these teams played the Saints. The Seahawks had the much more impressive win, and they both lost very close to the 49ers. That's a division matchup. That's a tough one. But I feel like offensively, the Seahawks are getting more into their groove, whereas you kind of mentioned with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, like, it just, there's something there. They're like still stuck in a rut. There's something wrong with that offense. And I don't know what the fix may be. Like, does Marvin Harrison just need to, like, catch 100 balls from the machine every single day? Because it seems like he's kind of letting Kyler Murray down there on the offensive side. And on the defense, I'm giving the edge to the Seahawks. Like, that defense, the guys that they have on there are probably, in my opinion, a lot better than what the Cardinals have. Now, we had talked about the Cardinals too. Over the offseason, they brought in some guys, most of them a little bit older, a little bit on the higher of the veteran side of NFL players. So have been injured before in their past, likely to get injured again. And I'm not saying that they're going to. I'm just saying that it's a much better possibility than what the Seahawks guys are going to experience right now. And I guess they're giving the Cardinals that 2%, 3% edge at home. But given the 3 weeks so far of football that both of these teams have played, I'm taking the Seahawks to win this one, to beat the Cardinals. And I think it's going to be similar to that 49ers score, where you're like in the teens, winning by 4, winning by 3. I'm going to go in the 20s here and go 24-20. The Seahawks take the dub in Arizona and get their first divisional win of the year.
All right. Okay. Yeah. And all right. Seattle gets the job done at home, and what a game. Little too late, right? Sorry. This show is sponsored by Duke's. Real ingredients taste better. I proudly eat Duke's because I believe smoked meats should be made with real ingredients. Why? Well, when you season and marinate fresh meats with whole, roasted, and diced ingredients from farms, not dried spices, you get fresher homemade flavor. It's not the easiest way to do things or the quickest, but I think you'll agree you can taste the difference. We had ourselves a really good game. I think for the Seahawks, at times they look really good, and at times they just look okay. And I feel with the Cardinals, it's kind of the same thing. And with what's going on with San Francisco, with Mac Jones and Nick Bosa out, this division feels to me like the Rams are the best team in it. Then I would go with the 49ers because getting Robert Saleh back has just been huge defensively for the 49ers. And then I would go Seahawks Cardinals because the way this game went. Now the Cardinals, like, I don't know, like they waited until there was 4 minutes left in the game to start scoring touchdowns. I mean, had their offense been able to get something going, before that, maybe we would have had a better, better outcome. And maybe even the Cardinals could have scored 30 plus points because they were really starting to roll late in this game. But the Cardinals now have shown us a pretty hefty sample size of a lackluster offense. They had the week 1 game when they went to, where did they go on the road or did they come to them? The Saints game, was that a road game? Yeah, that was a road game. They scored 20 points on the Saints. I mean, the Saints, the worst defense in the league. Then they played the Panthers. I mean, their 2 wins is from the Saints and the Panthers. They beat the Panthers 22-27 in a nail biter. They beat the Saints 20-13. Last week, lost to the 49ers and Mac Jones 15-16. Now another 20-23 loss. So you've seen them score 20 points twice. 20 or less 3 of their 4 games. Okay. So you're scoring 20 points or less in 3 of your games. Something's going on with your offense, right? Your only game where you scored more than 20 points was against the Panthers. Next for Carolina, they're playing the Titans. So, the Titans are playing the Texans. A battle of 2 winless teams on Sunday. Depending on what happens, the Titans may be looking for their first win. The Cardinals are going to stay at home. But this is kind of an important win because now the Cardinals are 2-2. And if they go 2-3 and drop one to the Titans, they play the Colts and the Packers and the Cowboys and the Seahawks again. Then the 49ers again. Okay? It doesn't get easier for the Cardinals, besides maybe the Titans game. But that's why I say this is a must win. You can get over 300, or over 500, get a 3-2 record. But the Colts, the Packers, the Cowboys, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Jaguars, I believe the Jaguars by November 23rd, the Jaguars are going to be rolling. I mean, maybe not rolling, but their offense with Liam Cohen, I think it's going to start clicking. Then they got the Buccaneers, then the Rams, who I think is the best team in the division, then the Texans, then the Falcons, the Bengals with Joe Burrow back, and then the Rams again. So really, they have one more easy, quote unquote easy. None of them are easy. But it's against the Titans. And now credit Arizona because they have won their easy games, like the Cardinals or the Saints and the Panthers. They were able to win those 2 games, not a blowout win like we saw the Seahawks beat the Saints last week, but they didn't become losses. They took advantage of the bad opponent and they won the game, but they only got 1 more of those. And the way this team looks right now, it looks like they're going to lose 70% of these games. Okay, they might win like a Jacksonville here, a Texans there. Maybe they have a good game against the Falcons. But the Bengals, the Rams twice, the Bucks, the Niners, the Seahawks again, the Colts and the Packers, and the Cowboys, maybe. That's a toss-up. That's November 3rd at 7:15. November 3rd. When is November 3rd? Is that a Sunday? 7:15? I believe that's Sunday Night Football because it's at 7:15 p.m. October 19th. Okay, so they have their bye week after the Packers game. So it'll be Sunday Night Football, I believe. And let me just double check. No. Let me see. Calendar 2025. November 3rd. No, it's Monday Night Football. Okay. So the Cardinals are going to play Green Bay, and then they're going to go into their bye week. And when they come out of their bye week, they're playing the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. So we'll see them again on primetime in 4 weeks or 5 weeks. Let's look at Seattle, because now they're moving in the right direction. They're 3-1. They have beaten a couple division opponents now. They played the Buccaneers next week. Then they're playing Jacksonville, Texans, Commanders, Seahawks, or Cardinals again, Rams, Titans, Vikings, Falcons, Colts, Rams, Niners, Panthers. Panthers December 27th. So I could see 10 wins here, okay? I mean, they already have 3. So can they win 7 more games? Can they beat the Jaguars? Let's just do the easy ones, right? Titans, Panthers, let's say they beat the Texans and the Cardinals again, the Jaguars, and yeah, I don't know. This is going to be tough. This could easily turn into a 9-win team. I mean, look, you got to play a lot of really good teams still. And I think when it comes to the Rams and the 49ers, they're going to kind of beat up on the Cardinals and the Seahawks. And then the Cardinals and the Seahawks will beat up on each other. I could see them splitting the series with each other, but I don't know. I don't know if the Seahawks are going to be able to win 7 of their remaining games when it's the Colts, and the Colts are good now, but you know, the Colts, the Falcons is probably winnable. They got to play the Vikings, the Commanders, the Houston Texans is winnable. I mean, yeah, I could see them getting to 10. I could see them getting to 10. But in order for them to do it, like, they need to continue getting better. This can't be like, okay, this is who we are this year. Nothing wrong with it, man. They beat up on the Steelers 31-17. They blew the Saints out 44-13. And then today they did what they needed to do to win. That's what good teams do, right? They win the game in the end, and that's what they did. But next week against the Buccaneers, that's going to be a real test. And then they have to play the Jaguars, which is going to be another test because the Jaguars are going to Santa Clara to take on the 49ers this week. And if they lose that game, they're going to really be desperate for a win at home in front of their fans. That's going to be a tough game for the Seahawks. And if they lose to the Buccaneers, that could be potentially 2 losses. So the urgency is real. If you're the Seahawks, just looking ahead, then it's the Texans, who I know are 0-4 every game they've played, but still, they are a tough opponent week in and week out. A really good defense to challenge Sam Darnold in this offense. And then the Commanders on Sunday Night Football, which is actually the day before the Cardinals play Dallas on Monday Night Football. So it's going to be Seahawks Commanders on Sunday Night Football, and then Dallas and the Cardinals. So prime time on Sunday night, NFC West going against the NFC East, and same thing on Monday, NFC West going against NFC East. This is going to be a interesting division. I can tell you that right now. Very difficult to predict what's going to happen in this division. But overall, I felt like we saw a good game out of the Seahawks. They had a good half. We came into this game, and I was looking at, wow, 17 points in the first half. That's pretty damn good. Not so much in the second half, but they did what they needed to do. And let me pull up the ticker amount because I think we have 8 more subscribers to 1. Let's see where we stand. Only Football Podcast, view your channel. And we are, ladies and gentlemen, 994 subscribers. We are 6 subscribers away from 1,000. 6. Call your wife. Call your brother. Call your family. Tell them we need 6 more subs to get to 1,000. We want to do it here. We want to do it live on the air. Sorry, I have to eat one more of these things. I haven't eaten today. Six more. Come on. I'm going to post it on X. And we're going to post it on X. And we're going to share 6 subscribers away from 1,000. Help us get there! Exclamation mark. All right. Control B. Boom. All right. Let's see if we can get there. Let's see if we can get there. In the meantime, we're going to talk about this game. Sam Darnold, 18 for 26, 242 passing yards, 1 touchdown. Kyler Murray had 2 interceptions, but ends up getting 2 touchdowns late in this game. 200 yards passing, had to throw it 41 times, completed 27 of them. Kyler Murray also had 5 carries for 41 yards, which ultimately ended up being the most rushing yards for the Cardinals. Now, remind you, they lost James Conner. So Trey Benson was filling that role, and he had 8 carries for 35 yards. Not great, not terrible, 4.4 yard average. We saw Amari Demercado take the touchdown drive. He took all of the snaps. We didn't even see Trey Benson on the field for the game tying drive. He had 2 carries for 8 yards, but he was their guy that they put in the game when they were really just playing the pass. When they were really running it, they were going with Trey Benson, but obviously they like Amari's pass protection a lot better. So when they were in the obvious passing situations, they put Amari Demercado in. Overall, I thought the offense looked good on the final 2 drives, and then they were awful outside of that. Weren't able to sustain drives. We had a lot of 3 and outs in this game. Marvin Harrison Jr. couldn't get anything going in the first half, but in the second half, he mostly the second half of the fourth quarter, not even the second half, but the second half of the fourth quarter, he's able to get 6 catches for 66 yards, averaging 11 yards per catch, and gets a touchdown. That kind of salvages the day for fantasy football. And then Trey McBride, 7 catches, 52 yards, 7.4 average. No touchdowns on the day for him or Greg Dortch, who had 4 catches for 35 yards. But yeah, I mean, you probably come away from this game going, what do we even do at this? We scored 14 points, in the second half of the fourth quarter, and we had 6 points in the other 3 quarters, and it had no points in the second quarter. So how do you feel good about this? And I think you're wondering, because I've been in this position where my team can't do anything, and then you're down a couple scores, and then you make it a game late in the game, but then you lose it at the very end, and you go, why couldn't we have just done that in the first quarter? Well, I would have to go back and look at the film and see, did Seattle start playing on their heels? Did they just start giving up all of the easy stuff? Because that's what would happen to us when, we had Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater, and we would be down late. And then all of a sudden we would get 2 touchdowns late, and it would be close, but no cigar. And the fans would be like, why didn't they do that in the first and the second and the third quarter? And it's because they weren't playing like that defensively. So I don't know if Arizona's success late in this game had more to do with situational football, or if maybe they actually found something that they can hold on to moving forward. But Arizona just hasn't been able to really get anything going between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison. And I think Kyler Murray's been kind of disappointing for everybody that has been, whether you're talking fantasy football or you're a Cardinals fan. It's just been disappointing. It just hasn't been good enough. But I mean, you got a lot of football left. It's only 2-2. You're back to 500. This is why you beat the teams that are easy to beat, right? Actually, the guy I was playing in fantasy football has Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray actually was able to come away from this game with 24 fantasy points because of his 2 passing touchdowns late. He has Marvin Harrison Jr. as well, who had 18 points. So he was projected 14. He had 18. So overall, the guy I'm playing, not bad. He's projected 120. I'm projected 126. I didn't realize he was playing 2 players in this game. But yeah, Kyler Murray, pretty good fantasy, actually, not terrible. He had 27 fantasy points week 1 against New Orleans. Against Carolina, he had 19, 21, and then 24 today. So 542 passing yards on the season, 4 touchdowns. It says 1 interception, but obviously that's not updated because he threw multiple interceptions today. He threw 2 interceptions today. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on this recap. See, Sam Darnold engineered the game-winning drive with the help of JSN marching their team into field goal range. Jason Myers, fresh off missing a kick from 53, made one from 52. I didn't realize it was a 1-yard difference between the field goal he had just missed and giving the Seahawks the 23-20 victory. Mike McDonald will be happy that his group was able to escape with a win, even if it was a little too close for comfort. As always, though, a win all counts as the same. And pretty sure we're going to have, let's see if we got locker room press conference here. Let's go to the Cardinals and take a look. Let's see. Let's go. Come on. All right, we're going to go Arizona. I'm more interested in the Arizona Cardinals right now, and they are live right now. So we're going to take you to Arizona.
They've shown going into the game, if you play them in a phone booth, you ain't going to like the result. So we didn't want to play them in a phone booth all day. So that was part of the game plan, what we thought we had to do to win the game. And I liked how we operated out of 11. I did.
What did you see out of Trey taking on more of a role in the running back?
I got to watch the tape on that one, Tyler. I thought he made some plays. You know, he had the one explosive. You know, he caught a couple checkdowns, made some guys miss. I thought he was pretty decisive, you know. Again, though, like Trey's a component of the run game. It takes all 11. We have to run the ball better. It's just not where it needs to be right now. And that's a part that, you know, going into the year, you think that you'd be able to run it a little bit better through 4 weeks. You know, we've played some good fronts, but we got to take a good hard look of what we're doing in the run game and have that become more efficient.
Was the disparity in pass run more playing from behind or the struggles with the run game?
What was the disparity, Cam?
17,
Yeah, no, I truthfully, I thought to win the game, we're going to have to throw it all over the yard. Now, with saying that, the last 2 drives, obviously we went pass heavy because we're down 14. So I don't know if it was straight up what it would have kicked out, but yeah, that was the plan, to throw it more this week.
There was a point in the first half where Marvin looked pretty dejected on the sideline. What goes into bouncing back from the emotional toll of that first half for him?
Controllables, you know, being psychologically trained, which he is. You know, he wants to help the team win. He gets down on himself. He's got to let that go and control the controllables, which for him is just play fast, you know, control your effort, your mode of play, and play fast. And I thought that's what he did. So that was good to see. I really liked his response.
Did you talk to him at any point?
Yeah, I said, keep playing fast. Let me see your effort. So I got you, and he did.
Coach, thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right. So there we saw Jonathan Gannon take the stage after what was a disappointing loss, answering some questions about the offense and their ability to get something going late, which erased a 20-6 deficit. I think despite the loss, Arizona had some encouraging signs. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. might have rediscovered his confidence. It was a rough go-around, for the second-year wide receiver. He had the drop, which really resulted in the interception. He had a solid week 1 over New Orleans, but he struggled to get involved in their win against the Carolina Panthers. And then the disaster game was the 49ers when he dropped 2 passes. One of them, he was wide open at midfield, and he just dropped the ball. And then in this game, another slow start against Seattle. He thoughts right here, and then we'll finish.
7 yards of offense at halftime, 138 by the end of the third quarter. What is it that's taking the offense so long to kind of get in here?
We good? Yeah, no. Yeah, we were not. It wasn't clicking. It was not clicking. We're pretty much getting physically dominated whole first half. And it's frustrating because you watch the defense go out there and get stop after stop after stop, and offensively, we just couldn't get it going. Couldn't get it going. Credit to their defense, but we just gotta make more plays. We gotta show up, and be ready to go. You know what I mean? It's like we're just shit's loading. You know what I mean? And it's taking too long. Obviously, the resilience of the team is you love to see it, and you feel like give yourself a chance to win the game at the end. But it's just too late.
Throughout the night with Marv, how did it kind of develop? The first half looked like there were a lot of struggles, miscommunication. What kind of clicked for the two of you in the second half? Fourth
quarter. First half, he dropped the ball. Like there's nothing, I've seen Marv catch that ball like 100 times. I'm not. Again, I told y'all throughout the week I wasn't worried about it. Continue to go to him, obviously, and he came up clutch in the stretch. That's part of football. I got the utmost confidence in Marv. I will continue to have the confidence in Marv. We just got to go back to the drawing boards and be better. We got to be better. He knows that. I know that. Whole offense understands that. That we got to start faster and play better complementary football, because right now it's too all over the place, and it's not good enough. Haven't put 4 quarters together as a unit, to go out there and dominate. And you see the flashes, but like I said, it's margin for error is just so small. So we got to be better.
I know all losses are going to sting. Is there any?
No, I don't get that. No. I mean, feel good that we came back.
Well, no, I was actually going to ask, the way you guys have lost the last 2 weeks. I mean, it felt like it was right there, and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm optimistic though. And I know what we have in that locker room, and I know the guys that we got in that locker room, and what type of players we have. Coaches, everybody, I know people think the world's ending, but it's not. It's not. We got to go back to work and be better.
What clicked in the fourth quarter for you guys? What finally
through? We just got into a groove. I think Drew got into a rhythm, calling it, and we made plays. We made plays for him. It's really a tale of two halves. You just feel like terrible whole first half, and then you just keep fighting because it's going to hit at some point. It's going to hit at some point, and guys believed in that, and we just continue to fight. In the fourth quarter it clicked, but like again I said, it's too late.
You talked about the 6 sacks and how tough that is to get behind the sticks early on first and second down.
Yeah.
Third down is okay, that's going to happen, but first and second down sacks are tough.
That's tough, and then it feels like this season, every time we get past 50, we've kind of shot ourselves in the foot with a penalty, and then you're looking at it's just drive killers. You drive killers, and we get one good play going, and then right back, second and 18. It's just like it's just shooting ourselves in the foot. It just can't happen. You want to be good offense, it can't happen.
Marv's first catch of the second half was that toe tapping one on the sideline. Could you see a level of confidence shift for him after that play?
Yeah, I mean, I just think Marv expects so much from himself. He expects so much. So I mean, even that singular play is just not to his. It's not to his standard. Obviously, as an individual, he drops the ball, it's interception, right? And I'm sure that's lingering in his mind or whatever it is. But I love the way that he fought back and continued to play hard and continue to make plays. Obviously he's probably going to go home thinking about that shit. But at the end of the day, again, it's football. We all make mistakes, but he continued to battle. I'm excited. I'm excited, and I'm glad that he continued to. He played his ass off in the fourth quarter. Continued to, when he got man, he made the plays. The touchdown catch was an amazing catch. So. Again, I got the utmost confidence in him, and I think he should have it as well. You're right.
You always say that you have the confidence in him no matter what. That seemed like a difficult moment to have the confidence in him in the first half after the interception. What that moment gave you the ability to keep going back to him?
I need him. You know what I'm saying? He needs me. I need him. This is a team sport. 4-quarter game. And I understand he's not coming out of the game. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him to come out of the game. So we got to get this going, and that's really just what it is. It's, just conversations on the sideline, keeping his confidence up. And again, the other receivers and everybody around him, we're all in it together.
You guys threw the ball 41 times, ran it 17 times.
Yeah.
Why the disparity in that, you think?
They were, that's a good defense over there. Right. And they did a good job stopping the run. And that was how the game went.
Is it part of it playing from behind? Just that.
Passing the ball?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, when you get in those positions, it's tough you drive the field. You can't, you'd like to put the ball in the quarterback's hands and try to create some explosives in that way. But it's tough. It's tough when you get behind like that and you got to, they can pin their ears back, play coverage and those sorts of things, so it's definitely tough.
Your long run, a quarterback draw, was that planned?
No, that was a scramble. Yeah.
On the first pick, it looked like Marv slowed down a little bit. On the second pick, you bobbled it. Then you had the miscommunication.
Mm-hmm.
What do you tell him after plays like that?
Well, again, I mean, shit happens, right? It's football, man. It's football again, and we can't. Can we dwell on it? No, we can't because we got another play. We got to continue to play. Got to continue to execute, and is it frustrating in the moment? Of course. But at the end of the day, we just lost on a field goal. None of that happens if we're sitting there bitching and complaining about the previous plays. That's just how it goes. We got to continue to move on and play the game.
How do you explain that the miscommunications are still happening?
How?
Why?
Well, the third one, the one that I threw to the flat and he was running, that was just, the defense was all out of sorts. So I don't want to get in too deep to, concept stuff like that, but that's, we were hurry up and they were out of sorts and it just, if the defense does this, we do this. It just, it's kind of messed up right there, but that's on me for sure.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle.
All right. Kyler Murray believes that the world is not coming to an end just because they lost this game. And he did sound like he's staying optimistic. He said that I'm going to stay optimistic. I mean, it's funny because if all you saw was that, you would think to yourself, they must be 0-4, right? They're 2-2, but it's kind of comforting to see it's not just the Broncos, but it's any time you lose, 2 games in the first couple weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, your fan base just feels like it's over. It's not our year. We're not, good enough to compete for a Super Bowl. And we forget that, the season is a process. You got 45 to 50% turnover on any given year, talking about personnel. So you got half the team is new and you expect to just go out week 1 and everything to be jiving. It's going to take some time. And when you look at the Cardinals and the amount of draft picks, they had 12 draft picks 2 years ago. You had 7. I mean, they've brought in probably 30 new, draftees into the building since Jonathan Gannon took over. And they are still a young team trying to find their identity, trying to figure out what it is that they do well. Because right now it doesn't look like they can run the football. And that's why Kyler Murray had to throw the football more than 40 times today. And when you can't run the football, you're not going to have a lot of success in this league. You're just not. You have to be able to run the football. And with the injury to James Conner, you're wondering, like, okay, did we see enough from Trey Benson today to feel confident going forward that he's our guy? Or do they need to pick up the phone and maybe get somebody outside to come over and help them out in that department, because they were not rushing the football effectively in this game at all. And we got Crafty said, don't the players get fined for dropping explicatives like that? I don't think so. I think it's more like if you question the ref, like a specific call. But I don't think it's more like saying shit. I think it's more like, saying something that is truly offensive. Crafty said, sweepstakes idea. The 100th sub gets an autographed photo of Kyle's nips. Oh my God, Rick would love this. That would be awesome, because my nip is autographed. So it would be like an autographed picture of me autographing my nipple that's autographed. I mean, that is gold. Adrian Peterson, you busy, bro? I heard Adrian Peterson was actually considering a comeback, and I'm not even kidding. I heard that Adrian Peterson is considering coming back and playing. 994 subs, man. I hear Trent Richardson's still available. You know who might be available? Let's see. Who could do it? What about Dylan Sampson? Right? The Browns have 3 running backs, but 2 running backs that now they're going to be going with the other running back, but Sampson was the guy, but the other guy was dealing with legal stuff. And now Sampson is not going to be like the guy, so he might be tradable. An autograph of an autograph. It's like the inception of Nip's autograph. Yeah. God, this is hilarious. Man, what I really didn't want to do is I didn't want to go to bed and wake up and there's 1,000 subscribers, which is what will happen if we don't get it here pretty quick. I really wanted to be here live for this moment. It's a big moment. It's a big moment for the channel. The Cardinals take the out, and who did they? Seahawks. Seahawks are live. Let's take you to Seattle.
The teams that make it far, the teams that do well, when they're going through hard times, close games like this, the connected teams are the ones that pull it through.
Anything else?
Thanks, Leo.
Thanks, Leo.
Yeah.
All right. And here we go. Is that Charbonnet?
For you, what was that like to go out there? I know you've been back for a couple weeks, but just to get out there and get those sacks for a while.
It means a lot, you know.
I think that's Murphy.
Everybody knows my role, you know.
Is that Byron Murphy?
You know, dealt with, you know, everything. So, but I know I kept my mind to the grind. You know, I just stayed down. Always told myself, you know, days could be worse.
Let me
you know,
look up a picture.
So, you know, make the most of it. I know I'll be back. Just kept preparing the way I usually did. Attacked my rehab really hard. Studied, You know, leaned on my brothers, all my brothers in the locker room, kept staying positive with me, the trainers, everybody. You know, it was all a
That's
whole
not-
organization effort.
That's not
You know, to
Murphy.
get me back on that field, and I'm very appreciative. And you know, I don't take none of these moments for granted.
It sounds like you beat some of the timelines to get back. Did that surprise you? Was that what?
All glory to God. You know, I put in the work. You know, I put in a lot of work this offseason, every day, every single day, even when I didn't want to, like rehabbing, doing something, whether that's icing or, you know, Normatec boots or, you know, red light therapy or, you know, anything you could think of, I was doing it. So, you know, I put a lot of time and effort into this and I feel good, you know, so it's a blessing I'm able to come back early and, you know, play to the level I've been able to play today. And, you know, and I'm used to playing, so it ain't nothing new.
You didn't get to go through training camp or play preseason.
Why won't they
How
tell
are
me
you
who that
feeling
is?
in terms of your game legs, you feel like you're back to where you want to be? You still have them.
I ain't gonna lie, I was gassed. I was gassed out there, man. But that just means when I get back to the facility, you know, get on that incline treadmill, walk something, Stairmaster, something,
That boy,
get my wind up. But no, I feel good. You know, when it came down to it, I didn't care how tired I was out there just trying to make plays. You know, so
no.
But definitely gotta get some more running and conditioning. In.
Garrett Call.
Few more reps than planned with D-Law going down.
What was that?
Was there some more reps than planned with D-Law getting hurt?
No.
Oh, I didn't even know he had got hurt until, you know, later. But, you know, we'll see how it is. He's a warrior. You know, he's played through anything. So we'll see if how it goes next week, and we'll see what the coaches decide.
When they came to you this spring and said they were willing to work with you at a different contract number rather than just cut you. Some guys would get cut after not playing so much the last few years. What did that tell you? Was there a level of commitment there that reinforced that all this work might pay off?
Yeah, I mean, that just shows how much the organization cares.
You guys know
about,
who this
you know,
is?
John was the one that brought me here, you know, from when I was free agent coming from the Chargers. So, you know, John didn't lose faith in me, didn't lose hope in me. I'm forever grateful for it. You know, I'm not too worried about the money. You know, like money's always going to, you know, be there. You know, I'm always going to, you know, I'm not worried about the money. I just want to be out there playing football again. He gave me the opportunity to do that. So.
Leo was just talking about the connection he's seen on this team. You've been here a few years now. Have you sensed something a little different about this group?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's connected. I feel like last year we were connected, but this year it's even more connected. Guys are spending a lot more time with each other off the field, which is very important. That's how you build the bond that we have. We play a lot of games in the locker room. You know, every time we see each other, everybody's laughing, hugging it up, you know, chatting it up. Offense, defense, you know, in different position groups. You know, this team is very connected, and that's something Mike's built, and that's something we've built, and we're going to continue to grow.
There's been two games where you guys, your offense is taking the ball either behind or tied late, and both times they moved the ball down the field. This time ended up winning it.
Let me see.
How much
Leonard
confidence do you
Williams.
guys have on the defensive side and what that side of the ball started to do?
We have a lot of confidence in our defense. You know, we take a lot of pride over there.
No.
We practice very hard. You know, it's a standard that we set for ourselves. We hold ourselves to a high
Tyrese
standard.
Knight.
But we know, you know, give the offense a chance, and they're gonna win this game like they just showed tonight. So
no.
It's what we've always prepared for. We always knew.
Anything else?
Thanks, Thank you. Thank you.
Who the hell was that? All right. Cowboy hat. Is that
Jackson, when
is
they
that
cut you
JSN?
at 20, what was your thinking at that moment?
I had no doubt we were going to go down there and score, honestly. And
that's Jason.
Them making a huge penalty that, you know, got us on the 40-yard line. I knew that, you know, we just needed one play, a couple plays, and, you know, Jason's going to go down there and seal the deal for us, if not score.
How did you get open on the play that
On the last drive, you know, Sam made a perfect throw, honestly, back shoulder ball. The corner was on top of me, so he just placed it perfectly, and, you know, it was an easy grab.
Play to get out of bounds, they changed the call, but to get, you know, the wherewithal to know that you could get the sideline there. Was that something on your mind as soon as you got the ball?
Yeah, definitely. You know, just help the team out. Like I said a couple of weeks ago, I think our coaches put us in a great position. We've been working, you know, concepts like that and strategies like that, you know, for a long time. So it was just another play, knew what we had to do, and just executed it.
What about the throw Sam made the drive before that, the long one?
That was a nicely placed ball, double move, got the corner on his toes, and made a big play.
Last time Sam played in this stadium, sacked 9 times, and there were a lot of narratives about he can't handle pressure, he can't play under pressure. What did his performance today say to you, and what have you seen from him in your experience?
I think Sam.
I'm
is a great player,
officially
and I don't think any of that
replying
matters,
to
honestly. I
random
think,
comments telling
him being a
people
Seahawk and us just focusing,
to
week
get in
after
here.
week is, our mindset, and definitely his
If you're
mindset and
if you're
and
re-
approach. So
if you're replying to a short right now, I'm replying back
I feel great.
telling
Feel
them to
great.
come in here.
But this is the NFL. You got to take it week by week. Started 3-0, I believe, my rookie year, or so, and or last year actually, and things can turn. So just gotta stay focused, and handle Tampa Bay next week.
When you think about just all the drives today that didn't end in points, or the ones where missed field goal or
994 subscribers.
Does that excite you when you think about how much is still kind of left on the bones of this offense?
Yeah, definitely not satisfied, with our performance. Definitely happy with the win, though. I mean, it's hard to get wins in this league, and I'm just proud of our guys and how we came out, and yeah, but we'll get back, next week and try to correct those things and get ready for Tampa Bay.
Did you get any explanation for why they called a holding on that play?
No,
Oh, he's asking
players
about the
make bad
holding penalty.
plays, refs make bad plays, but happens. It sucks for Charbonnet. I wanted him to get that touch.
All right. Well, where did he get the cowboy hat? You got it from Madrid. Madrid. Oh, okay. Madrid. Is that Spain? Cowboy hats? Do they wear cowboy hats in Spain? The Spanish beret is to Spain what the cowboy hat is to the American West. More than just a way to cover your head, it's a symbol of identity, of history. Wow. Did you guys know that the Spanish boina is to Spain what the cowboy hat? So the boina. What is a boina? Is it a hat? Oh, no. This is not a cowboy hat. Okay. All right. I'm definitely going to be doing this after the Broncos game on Monday night. I like this, going live, doing a post-game show, showing Sean Payton and the players talking after to the media. This is definitely something that I'm going to be doing. I might be one of the only people that love the post-game conference. Like, I don't love it today, to be honest, just because I'm not that invested in the two teams that play tonight. But if that would have been the Ravens and the Bills, or the Bills and the Chiefs, or the Chiefs and the Ravens, or the Broncos versus anybody, I would have Broncos Chargers, much more invested in the post-game press conference. And it's funny because you can't even comment anymore. I remember it used to just be trolling. Like if Seattle loses, everybody would come in there and be like, ha, 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 you guys suck. And now I'm seeing on most NFL teams, they banned anybody from commenting during the press conferences. I don't know if that was a league-wide decision or if they just decided to do that. But I love this jersey so much. I'm just so freaking stoked about this jersey. Look at this. I need my football. Because we are 6 subscribers away. We are 6 subscribers away. Should I do it with the hat? What's going on with my hat? No, it bent. Are you okay? There we go. No hat. We can't reach 1,000 subscribers with the hat. The hat can only be on if there's sunglasses. All right. We are Marshall. I'm just kidding. There we go. Let's bring this up a little bit. There we go. All right. We are 6 subscribers away from 1,000. 6 subscribers away from 1,000. 38 seconds. I'm going to comment this guy. Come join us live right now. We are 6 subs from 1,000. I'm telling, look, people are commenting right now on our videos, on our short. And I'm just replying to the comments saying, come join us. We're live right now. We are 6 subscribers away from 1,000. I can't tell you guys how crazy this is that we are this close to 1,000 subscribers. When we started this channel, I remember getting our first subscriber. And not to get too emotional about this, but I do want to say, like, when we started this channel, I was going through a really rough time. I was going through it. I mean, I had gotten in my accident. My leg, for those that don't know, literally blown up. Wasn't sure if I was going to walk again. I was going through a divorce, and anytime you're going through a divorce and you have a child, things get really weird. She was able to put in a motion to relocate, and the court approved it. She moved to Puerto Rico and took my son to Puerto Rico. The Navy informed me that they were going to medically discharge me, even though I was fighting for my career. They were like, yeah, we don't want you. You're broken. And in a matter of just a couple months, I had, lost my son, my career, everything. We only had one car. I lived in base housing. Now I wasn't allowed to live in base housing. So I was homeless in the military. We only had one vehicle, and she obviously kept it. So I had no car. I legitimately was like, oh, this is how people, you always wonder, like, how do veterans become homeless? And it was like, man, I was heading down that road, and I remember Rick reaching out to me and being like, dude, I think we should do a podcast. And I don't think he knew at the time, because, we were in the same squadron in the Navy. So we would just just be BSing, in the AW shop, which is where we kind of just hang out. And we would just talk football. It was probably like 18 dudes in there. Zach Bryan, the famous country singer, was in our squadron. But it would just be like AW shop. Think of like a mechanic shop or something, like that type of vibe, but it wasn't like there were any parts. It wasn't like you do mechanic work there. It was just a desk for studying, for secret meetings. It was a classified area, so we couldn't have our phones. But because of that, we would talk to each other, because that's how you would kill time. And we would talk about football all the time. And I knew Rick was a big Bears fan. He knew I was a big Broncos fan. And I don't think he knew at the time, though. But when he asked me, like, do you want to do this podcast? it was so crucial because it gave me something to live for. And I was all of a sudden all in. And I was like, it makes so much sense. You know, I'm so dedicated to this sport that I spend my lunch breaks on my phone watching, you know, the Bronco press conferences during the week. I don't miss a game. I'm watching all the Colin Cowherd, ESPN. I'm putting so much time into this hobby, but now I can actually like put it to use. Like I'm doing all this just for me, but now it's like I'm doing it all, and it allows me to, you know, have a better analysis on a game or have better insights, you know, for our recap or better insights for our prediction. Like now I feel like it's all going towards something, and it gave me just something to live for. And it didn't even matter that we had nobody watching. When me and Rick first started this, we didn't even know we were going to do it through the computer. He was coming over to my house, and we did our first episode in my basement. And we were at the table next to each other. Like he was sitting across the table, and we just had two mics, and we were just talking. And it was fine. Like it wasn't, you know, bad or anything, but we've definitely come a long way. And then after, you know, a couple weeks, we decided to move it to StreamYard. And then we started doing it through the computer from his house to my house. And we were doing it, you know, 3 days a week. And I remember we were in the middle of an episode. We're probably 3 months into it. And I remember there's a little viewer symbol on top of the video when you're going live. And I remember, you know, for months, it was just a goose egg, 0. I remember the moment it went, and me and Rick were just like, whatever you do, don't freak out. Somebody's watching us. Like we were just like, it's probably one of our family members. And then JST, I believe, comments, hey, like, you know, about what we're saying. And we were just ecstatic that for the first time in this channel's existence, that me and Rick weren't just talking to each other. Because it felt like this is just going into the void of the universe. No one's actually listening to this podcast. And that was like, oh, somebody is. And he happened to be international. It wasn't even somebody in America. It was like, yeah, there's a guy in London watching, or Australia, wherever he was. And it was like, wow, okay. So we went live for a while, and that was our viewer. And I was cool with that. And I remember it was Thursday Night Football. And I remember texting Rick like, hey, I'm in a live stream tonight. It was kind of on a whim, and I'm doing it. And I had to pee really bad. Okay. And it's the second quarter, and it's ticking down. And then as soon as it goes to halftime, I run to the bathroom because I had to pee. And I go pee. And when I get back, I see Grassi Posse raid, Grassi Posse. Now, I had already been a big Tom Grassi fan. I was actually not a huge fan because I actually, this is funny because now I love Tom Grassi, you know, now. But it was like when I first met him, I met him through Brandon Perna. And Brandon Perna is That's Good Sports, and he's a big Broncos fan. So, of course, I already knew Brandon Perna. I'd known Brandon Perna for a decade. I knew Brandon Perna before he was, you know, huge. Not like, you know, oh, I knew him, but, you know, I'm just telling you the truth. Like, I've been watching Brandon for a while, and I remember when he started collabing with Tom Grassi. And I always thought that Tom Grassi, I was like, that guy's got an annoying voice. That's how I would be like, why is he always like yelling like that? But then I realized he's a New Yorker, you know, and New Yorkers just talk like that. And then I ultimately ended up loving Tom Grassi because of who he is, and he's just a great person. And anyway, when I saw Grassi Posse raid, I knew immediately who that was, and I go, Grassi Posse. I was like, oh my God, Tom Grassi. Now, I didn't even know what a raid was. I had no clue. Nobody told me what a raid was. And I didn't watch Tom Grassi's live streams in a way where I knew what a raid was. I just watched the videos that he would make, like a reaction to this. So I didn't know what a raid was. I was very confused, but it went 1, 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. And I'm coming back to my seat and I'm going, what is going on right now? And it goes like up to 1,000 people. And I'm like, I just got back from the bathroom. Like, what is going on? And I go to my comments and it says Grassi Posse. And I go, Grassi Posse. I goes, Tom Grassi. I was like, man, I love Tom Grassi. And I remember Tom Grassi going, he said, Tom Grassi, he knows me. Like Tom Grassi was so stoked that he just, rated this random YouTuber, and this random YouTuber knew who he was. And I immediately was like, man, I'm so grateful you guys are in here. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much it means that you guys are here. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, like I just kept going and going and going, like about how grateful I was that I was being rated by Tom Grassi. And that's when Jinja was like, I'm going to be here for forever now. Jinja was like, I'm not going anywhere. And Jinja meant it, man. He's been here since the beginning. So we're going to do a throwback to some of our videos that we made way back when we started this channel, including the very first raid Tom Grassi ever did with us, which that's what's so cool about this podcast. It's like a big journal. So here is the first raid, and I made this video. I made this video after we were raided by Tom. So I hope you guys enjoy this.
This person is a Bears and Broncos fan? I don't think we've raided this person. Boom. Let's try it. Let's try it. Grassi raid, send in love. Yeah, so I put a link in the chat. We go, we swarm the comments, we give them likes and subscriptions, send positive vibes and all that great stuff. Let's see if they notice. They had 0 people in there, 0 likes. Gonna be different now. There we go.
And I see y'all in the comments.
See you in the comments.
Grassi
Posse. Tom Grassi said the name right.
Yo, I love Tom Grassi.
Oh, he loves Tom Grassi. Oh, he's a big Brandon Perna fan. Yay! There we go.
Oh, it just warms my heart.
This person is a Bears and Broncos fan.
It just warms my heart. And he goes, this person is a Bears and Broncos fan? Dude, it is confusing. Like, it's so confusing. And I can hear the confusion. We are 5 subs away from 1,000 subscribers. 5. And I bet that's Mary downstairs making profiles just so we hit 1,000. She's like, let me make 5 profiles real quick. No, we just got to 995. We are 5 away from 1,000. But you can hear my confusion too on the other side. I'm like, Grassi Posse. And I guess Grassi knew that I knew him because he said the name right. So I guess a lot of people maybe say his name wrong that don't know him. And then I go, man, I love Tom Grassi. I still wasn't like aware that Tom Grassi was rating me. I know that sounds weird, But like I said, I didn't know what a raid was. And I never like even admitted this before. I just was like, I got raided by Tom Grassi. This is the first time I've ever really opened up and said, even while I was saying I love Tom Grassi, I was not fully conscious of the fact that Tom Grassi was staring at his computer, watching me be raided by him. And eventually I figured it out, like maybe 30 seconds later. And the beginning, though, was complete and utter confusion. Let's continue and look at some of the the shorts that have been made throughout the years. Let's go back here. Oh man, every time I hit the back button, it goes all the way back. There we go. So thank you for the raid, Tom Grassi. This is back when we were a part of Star 6 Media. Then we got Buffalo needs to win this. Denver Broncos finally give me hope. Oh man, do we see this? Let's take a look.
Perfect. Go. Releases it, and it's Marlon. Go! 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 Mac chewing up real estate. Go! Touchdown! Could Mac go? He will! Let's go! Woo!
Marlon Mack. I forgot this guy was on our team.
Ball game! Woo! Let's go! 21 unanswered points. And we got a ball game. Woo-hoo-hoo! Perfect.
Yeah, 21 unanswered points. That's insane because that was 27-0. Oh man, this was the trade for Christian McCaffrey. And I knew that this was going to be a big trade. Look at this. Kyle Shanahan, Coach of the Year, Star 6 Media to tell you why. After starting the season 0-1, losing to Chicago in a game that ended in the most epic slip-inside I've ever seen, they fell to 1-2 by week 3, taking another loss in the Mile High City on Sunday night. They were just 3-4 going into the halfway point of the season, and then they did this.
The Carolina Panthers exchange for Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, they've won 7 in a row since starting the season 3-4. They now sit at the top of the West, 10-4. I'm mostly impressed with Shanahan's ability to overcome adversity at the most important position. They lost Trey Lance, their starter, in week 2. No problem. They moved on to Jimmy G in week 13. Lost him. So they turned to a player drafted with the last pick in the last round, Brock Purdy. Shanahan's offensive mind has made it look as if it didn't matter who suited up at quarterback. Shanahan dials up plays to simplify the quarterback position for a guy with no experience. Brock Purdy, 56 points in his first 2 starts. There are simply too many valuable weapons on this team to stop them. Shanahan's a marksman. Kyle Shanahan, Coach of the Year, Star 6 Media to tell you why. After starting the season 0-1, 6 Media.
Purdy makes me Brock hard. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Oh my God.
He makes me Brock hard. He had a game against the Bucks. Purdy makes me Brock hard. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Oh my
He
God.
makes me.
Heineke is in shotgun, standing on the 15. He's going to take a 3-step back.
Giants bringing pressure.
Step up in the pocket.
Heineke steps up.
He's trying to get loose. He's got some space. He's got a lead block. No! Dotson! How did you not pick up that block?
Takes off to the end zone. Short.
How did Dotson not block that guy? You got to be shitting me. Why is he even running with Heineke if he's not going to block? It makes no sense. He tucks it and runs, and Dotson, you see the guy. What are you doing? You got to get in there, man. You got your quarterback laying out his body. You got to throw your body at that guy. Look at that. That was a missed assignment. Look at that. How do you not make that block? That's unbelievable. The Giants went on to lose that game. In shotgun, standing up.
Mac Hollins out on defense. He's all the way back. Stevenson.
Or is anyone going to?
Is inside the 30, flips it back. Stanford band nowhere in sight. Uh-oh, it's picked off. Uh-oh, oh no, unbelievable. Oh, wow, incredible. Chandler Jones takes it in and wins the game for the Raiders.
Insane.
Miami running around. Look out. Gronkowski at the angle. What's up?
The Jets defense is no joke. The high-scoring Lions offense would be held to just 13 points with less than 5 minutes left in the ball game. The Jets would take the lead right here with 4 minutes and 42 seconds left on a Zach Wilson tug. But really, the play of the game is coming up right here. These are not the same old Lions. They have heart and guts. 4th and inches. Jets are going to try to stuff the run here and a tight end delay. Ben Johnson dials up the perfect play. This coming just a few snaps after Wright had dropped a wide open pass to start the drive. Confidence, resilience, redemption. These are your 2022 Detroit Lions. The Lions were 1-6. Now they're 7-7. This is a Lions team I would not want to play right now. Better than the Commanders, better than the Giants. I think they're going to end up in the playoffs. What a friggin' story. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed these videos, make sure to check out all of our other content on Star 6 Media. That's crazy. Do you know the Vikings weren't the only team that could have overcame a 33-point deficit this week? That's right. The Bucs, after being up 17-0, will go on to surrender 34 unanswered points. Joe Burrow, 4 second-half touchdown passes. You got to credit this Bengals defense, though. Forcing Tom Brady into uncomfortable situations. He had 4 turnovers just in the second half. That tied a career record for him. The Bengals are going to win the AFC North. They're probably going to have a shot at the conference title. I would say Buffalo, Kansas City, and Bengals in that order. But credit Joe Burrow for bringing the Bengals their second straight 10-win season. Thanks for watching. Terrible news out of Denver. Ronnie Hillman has passed away after his long battle with kidney cancer. We heard from Broncos players in the last month that Ronnie wasn't doing too well. He was in a hospice. But this is just devastating, especially after losing DT. Broncos country is going to embrace the Hillman family, and we just wrap our arms around them this time of the year, especially being so close to Christmas. We always assume these players are invincible, being in the best shape of their lives when they play football, but anything can happen, and we learned that with Demaryius Thomas last year. Broncos country will always remember Ronnie Hillman and what 23 brought to the field, but more importantly, what he brought to our lives.
Ronnie Hillman dead at the age of 31.
Yikes. Oh, man.
All right.
All right, let's jump over here to the comment section. We got 8 comments here. It's going to be different now. Changed my life too, buddy. Wow. Man, and now we've met in real life because of this. I've seen Grassi get a lot less favorable reactions from raids in the past. Grassi get a lot less favorable reactions. Like people mean to him from raids, I mean. Kyle Star 6. That shirt needs to come back. What was the what shirt? What shirt? Purdy makes me proc hard. Fuck that Minnesota comeback. I knew as soon as I saw that, I was like, uh-oh, Jinja, close your ears. 996 subscribers. We are 4 subscribers away from 1,000 subscribers. 4 subs away from 1,000. Who's got it better than us? I think Tom just had his 900,000. But seriously, this video right here, 655,000 views. This is going to hit 1 million subs. I made this the other day, and it was funny. I was telling you guys about this. I made this video because Travis Kelce in the Super Bowl goes up to Andy Reid, pushes him kind of. Andy Reid almost falls over. And then on Sunday Night Football against the Giants, you saw Andy Reid go up to Kelsey and give him a shoulder. And I was saying, look, Andy Reid, he learned from the Super Bowl how, to walk up to Travis Kelsey so he doesn't fall over. And there was a bunch of people in the comments saying, this just happened on Sunday, talking about Travis Kelsey pushing Andy Reid. And I'm like, no, this was a Super Bowl. And they didn't realize it was two separate moments that I put together into one. But anyway, the video did well. It got almost, it's going to hit 1 million, but here's that video.
Rolling up in caddies, hey rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody all around the world. Hands up, hands down. Back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, rolling. Rolling up in caddies, hey rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody all around the world. Hands up, hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Hands up, hands down. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling up in caddies. Hey rockers.
So that one's doing well. The Pats Raiders finale led to Belichick's downfall in New York. That's a bold statement, Crafty. But yeah, it kind of did. That Broncos Christmas sweater, I think he means, the shirt needs to come back. Okay. Yeah, I do need to bring that one back. I do. By raids, I mean the people receiving the raids. I've seen people stare silently at their TV screens and not even notice. I've seen others scramble to delete every raid comment as though they were bots. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Definitely was Crafty. Okay, so it was the Broncos ugly Christmas sweater that you guys want. I'm loving this Peyton Manning Tennessee. It feels amazing. Like I feel like a kid again. Like I just want to wear it. I just want to wear it out in town. And now that I live in Tennessee, it's like you can do that. It's totally acceptable. But this is awesome, dude. This is so nice. This is my favorite jersey right now. Over my Sertan. It's just amazing. Gosh, I love it. Feels so good. All right. Let's see. There's been so many moments. So many moments on this channel. It's crazy how 4 years has gone by so quick. And we were rated twice by Tom. Here it is. This is his second raid. Right. Hey. What's up?
He's happy?
Tom Grassi.
Tom Grassi, let's go!
Tom Grassi. Yo, guys, thank you guys for coming in here. I'm going to crack one to Tom Grassi.
He's cracking one to Tom Grassi.
Brandon Perna. I freaking love Brandon.
And Brandon Perna. Let's go.
S. Christmas came early. You guys
G
here, man.
P
So freaking pumped that you guys are in here. I'm going to crack one. Yo, this is for Tom Grassi, not rating me once, but twice now.
I did rate him again. I thought I recognized the Broncos and Bears thing.
I hate that he was disappointed.
Incredible. S.
Freaking incredible.
Let's go.
Right. Hey. What's up?
He's happy.
He's happy. I was so disappointed that I disappointed him by telling him that he rated me once. I'm jealous of that one for sure. Oh, man. Let's see. So we got rated twice by Tom Grassi. And honestly, none of this without Tom's raids, which is the crazy thing. Without Tom Grassi rating us, I don't I don't even know, because it's like that's where we met Bill, that's where we met so many people, that's where we got our momentum. Thank you for the raid. Love you, Tom Grassi. And then here it is again, 598 views. And then our shorts were doing pretty good. We got, 50 views, 200 here, 355, 62. The Packers comeback. Did you doubt it? Winning you're in. Some Star 6 Media stuff. Then we got the final drive. Oh man, this is probably my favorite game I've streamed on this podcast. Probably. Okay, here it is.
Ball is snap. Lawrence looking, finding, catching. Christian Kirk, first down. Well, I don't expect the ball to get snapped here. We're going to go to the 2-minute warning and think about, they snapped the ball. What is going on? It's a great decision because they get it to the 45. I mean, the tension's so tight. NBC doesn't even hit a commercial break at the 2-minute warning. It's going to be a handoff to Etienne. Gains 4 yards, 3rd and 1. Let's see what they do here. Oh, no! Staley calling defense. Doug Peterson calling offense. They both just put their sheet down and stare at each other. And the Jacksonville Jaguars call timeout. And Trevor Lawrence under center. It's a misdirection. And Etienne, it's a beautiful play call. And oh my goodness, Jacksonville's going to win this game. And the clock is ticking. And both parties have mutually agreed that there is nothing more that they can do. The rest is up to fate. He grabs his cross. He takes it out of his jersey. Here he goes. And the kick is Jacksonville wins. Wow. Ball is snap. Lawrence looking.
The ending of that is just so intense. I mean, look at the ending of this.
His cross. He takes it out of his jersey. Here he goes. And the kick is Jacksonville wins. Wow. Ball is snap.
That is just pure adrenaline. pure adrenaline. And that, Jinja, I feel like you and I both need to have this jersey since we have shared custody over Manning. We can wear this, and you don't have to wear a Broncos and I don't have to wear a Colts, but we're still united in orange. The Jags comeback was incredible. That was such an incredible moment, man. I think it was a playoff game. So that's what made it so special. We are 4 subscribers away from reaching 1,000. How are you guys feeling? Time to fire his ass for disrespecting the coach. People are saying time to fire his ass for disrespecting the coach, even though Andy Reid was the guy that bumped into him. Oh, man. All right. Let's see some other good moments on this channel. There's been a lot of great moments on this channel. Let's find. Oh, look at this one. This right here. Tom Brady's helmet signed.
What's going on, guys? The channel's getting crazier. This helmet was worn by Tom Brady in Super Bowl 49, where they had that interception on the goal line. Patriots end up getting a win. Bill Belichick, the entire roster has signed this football helmet. Here we go. I feel like I'm a part of history. This is crazy. Why do I want to cry? No, this is crazy. This is insane. You can see Bill Belichick, the guy that likes his coffee black, doesn't sign his name. He writes it out. Of all people, though, Bill Belichick would be the guy to not sign. Tom Brady, right next to Bill Belichick. They do a little turn. Man, this is insane. What's going on, guys?
That was a crazy moment for sure. Turns out Tom didn't wear that helmet, but it was signed by the entire Super Bowl team, and it is a actual Patriots helmet. So what a cool moment that was. They all signed it after the Super Bowl. Anthony Richardson. Here we go. How about this for Jinja? Me and Rick talked about how during the combine, a quarterback usually comes out of nowhere like Zach Wilson did in 2021. And I'm usually skeptical about these players, but all of my skepticism about Anthony Richardson has turned into real optimism. And the reason? Athleticism that defies physics. Richardson set a quarterback combine record with a 40.5-inch vertical jump. He also posted a 10-foot, 9-inch broad jump that tied the best mark, then later ran a 4.43 40-yard dash, which placed the former Gator fourth among quarterbacks who have ran the 40 at the combine since 2003. Let's put this into perspective thanks to NFL research. At 6'4", he's taller than George Kittle. At 244 pounds, he's heavier than Hassan Reddick. His hand is measured in at 10.5 inches, which is bigger than DeAndre Hopkins, don't tell Joe Burrow. His 48.5-inch vertical is higher than Devontae Adams, and his 10-foot, 9-inch broad jump is longer than Odell Beckham Jr. Me and Rick talked about how during the combine, a quarterback usually comes out of nowhere like Zach Wilson did in 2021. And I'm usually skeptical about these players. Wow. I don't remember how I made that short, but it was incredible. I need to go back to that format of making shorts, in that way. We got a new notification. 4 seconds ago. I'm going to reply. We are 4 subs away from 1,000. Come join our live stream. The 1,000th sub gets an autographed nip picture. No, I should leave that out. I'm just going to say, come join our live stream. Come join the live stream. Why not? Why not? Let's see. Let's see if that guy subscribed. No, we actually lost one. So now we're back down to $9.95. I didn't know we could lose one. What the hell? You're going the wrong way. What? He's drunk. How does he know where we're going? Back to 5. You truly hate to see it. Truly hate to see it. Anthony Richardson hype. Kyle should do the remainder of the stream in ASMR style until he gets those subs. Haha, that athleticism didn't help shit in the league, that bastard. If you poke that helmet with a pin, it will deflate. Oh, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I'm so glad you guys are here for this. This is a big moment. Big moment. Let's see. Oh, Mahomes had his house broken into. I remember making this one, suggesting we know why.
Sheriff's Department investigating a burglary at the home of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes last month. Police records indicate the burglary occurred October 6th at the Mahomes residence.
Turns out the day before, October 6th, the home of Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes had also been broken into. It's not clear what was taken.
And the longer I stood there, the clearer I saw. Vern had known whoever had done this. And one guessed what they'd been looking for. But had they found it?
You have a few superstitions, and that one of them has been wearing the same
pair of red underwear on game day for years now.
Give us some credit, old man. We're panty professionals. Really things. We hit the jackpot.
Oh, yeah, Mr.
Krabs. You finally came through for me, boys.
Sheriff's Department.
I got to say, I feel like that's some of my best work right there. Oh, man. This is so crazy. Looking back at this, this was my message to Broncos country after Bo Nix starting the season slow. And boy, was I right. This was a 0-2 team. And people were thinking that Bo Nix wasn't the guy. And everybody, was having a meltdown. And this is what I said. Here's my message to Broncos country after the loss to the Chargers. It's amazing how fast we can go from being Rocky Mountain High to wanting to tear it all down. People say it wouldn't have mattered if we drafted Josh Allen in 2018 because our fan base would have ran him out of town. That's proving to be true. Josh Allen, just to remind you, started 11 games his rookie season. He went 5-6. He had a 52.8 completion percentage. He averaged less than 190 passing yards per game, less than 1 touchdown pass per game. He threw 12 picks in those 11 games. The learning curve Bronco fans are witnessing is a natural part of Bo Nix's development. Becoming an excellent quarterback in this league is a process, and unfortunately, the 9 bad years of quarterback play we've had in Denver has made us wildly impatient, but Bo Nix is nothing like the other quarterbacks that we've had. Stop being a victim of the moment and be rational. Be the kind of fan that deserves to be proud of Bo when he turns the corner. Here's my message to Broncos country. Boom. Be the kind of fan that deserves to be proud of Bo Nix when he turns the corner. I never understood how those players' mansions were left unguarded. They don't have security. I guess they do have security, but I mean, I don't think they have like an actual security guard like living there. Usually when these things happen, it's an inside job. It's somebody that knows where the player lives. They also know, I mean, once you know where a player lives, it's like that's the domino that can't fall because their lives are so public as far as their travel, whereabouts, that once a player's house is public information, you almost do need a security guard. Just kidding. I'm back. Thought for a second that I left. I hit back on the wrong button. All right, only football. There it is. 995 subscribers. We are 5 away from 1,000. 5 subs away from 1,000. Let's see. What do you think of drafting Bo Nix? The Broncos will play Russell Wilson week 2. Emotional fan reaction to Fields. Can't say thank you enough to the city of Chicago. They went with Saquon Barkley. How big was the signing of DeAndre Swift? Optical training tech, the revolution of the NFL. Eagles center Jason Kelce announces his retirement. Justin Simmons released by the Broncos. Wow. Backwards logic. Devin Hester is a Hall of Famer. Thank God Aaron Rodgers is gone. That had to have been Rick. Tyreek Hill press conference after loss. Bears suck. Let's give this a look. Oh, 666 views. Let's be the 667.
Eberflus and Getsy, that's 10 in a row, you stupid fucking idiots. You fucking cowards. You deserve to get fired. I hope nobody ever hires you fucks again, but you probably will. Thing is, you're never going to get a hood coaching job ever again in this league.
Coaching job.
Fuck you for what you've done to the Bears, what you did in this fucking game against your fucking rival. That's 10 in a row, you stupid, scared fucks. 9 fucking points, you dumb fucks. You were in the red zone like 3-4 times. You couldn't get a fucking touchdown. 9 points. Your defense only lets up 17, but you let Aaron Jones run all over your fucking defense, Getsy or Eberflus, both of you fucks. You guys are fucking cowards. You play scared, and you deserve nothing but coordinator and special teams positions from here on out. You fucking losers. You fucking cowards. I hope you guys are not back next year. I know you won't be back next year. If you are, fuck this team. Eberflus and Getsy, that's 10 in a row. You.
Oh my God. Rick, unhinged. Unhinged Rick. Rick, the bad man is gone. Was it the Chiefs Wolf dude that was robbing banks that got Mahomes? Was it the Chief Wolf dude? Maybe. I think it was Josh Allen. Personally. I love that. Rick. We all love that version of Rick, right? Ravens to sign Dalvin Cook. Bears will beat Packers. Did Sean Payton make the right decision? Zach Ertz to the Ravens. Cowboy fans just 10 days after getting blown out.
Hey, the Chiefs game, were you surprised?
Yeah, I was definitely disappointed.
Whoo, Chargers fans. What happens from here on out? With Staley?
This was that game where the Raiders won like 56-20 or something, and he ended up getting fired immediately after.
Oh, deep.
Where was that?
Biggest hater.
A month. I thought I could find it. Oh wow. It's over. Man, so I made this video after week 13 last year. Atlanta needs to move on to Penix. So, okay, so this was week 12. Well, tonight just basically sealed the deal. The first seed in the NFC is either going to be Detroit or it's going to be the Eagles. For Detroit, they have pretty hard matchups. They have Buffalo. They got the Packers. They have to play the Bears twice, which could be stingy games. They also have to play the 49ers late in the year with their season on the line. But the Eagles, they have Baltimore next week, and then it's pretty winnable. They do have the Commanders and Steelers, but that's pretty much it. So if you're an Eagles fan, you're hoping that one of these teams beats Detroit. But if you look at the 3 seed or the 4 seed, they have like a 4-game lead on those teams. So we know that the order of 1 and 2, it's either going to be Detroit and Philly or Philly and Detroit. But either way, we know 1 and 2 is for sure cemented in the NFC. Which turned out to be true. And then, of course, Philly went on to win the Super Bowl, which put the Vikings at 5, which was crazy. We had a 14-win team as the 5 seed. Unreal. Unfreaking real. Man, we are still stuck on 995. You know what? We might have to just accept that Is that going to happen? We plateaued. We got stuck at 995. Let's see. Put your bets in now. Bears to the Super Bowl. Colin, you okay?
We had hard conversations. Is this generation of football player willing to have those? Or are you going to scrub your social media account because they want to franchise tag me? We had hard conversations. Is this generation of football player willing to have those? Or are you going to scrub your social media account because they want to franchise tag me? We had hard conversations. Is this generation of football player willing to have those? Or are you going to scrub your social media account because they want to franchise tag me?
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and there's going to be 1,000 subs. I know it. And I'm I won't be upset about it. I thought there was a chance. You know what? Let me try one more thing. I'm going to open up Twitter and I'm going to post it. Let me go to what's trending right now. Let's see. Trending. Cardinals. Cardinals are trending. Let's see. PFF. Here we go. We are 5 subs away from 1,000. Help us get there. Boom. Wait, it didn't even give me the... There we go. Let me delete that because it was the wrong... We are 5 subs away from 1,000. Help us get there on our live stream. There we go. All right, so I posted it on PFF. 8 hours. Let's go. Latest. New York Post. Help us get to 1,000. Reply. There we go. New York Post, PFF. Let's see if we can get our 5 from there. All right. Yes! We got Malcolm just subbed. Let's go. Thank you, Malcolm. Let's go. Malcolm, where did you see? Was it on X or was it on YouTube from our short? Let us know in the chat. And in the meantime, I'm going to pull up my fantasy football, and I'm going to answer any fantasy football questions you guys have. Here we go. I think we did really good with getting those fantasy football questions yesterday. I'm gonna pull up my team here. So I got. Let me pull up the waiver. All right, let's look at the waiver player available right now. Let's go. Players available. I'm in a 12-person league, so you got quarterbacks. Not okay. Romeo Doubs. Romeo Doubs is an interesting pick because the Cowboys gave up 80 plus points the last 2 weeks, and now with Jaden Reed being out, Jordan Love is due for a big game. A lot of people are actually starting Jordan Love this week. We got Cam the Ham in the chat. What's up, Cam? We were 5 subs away from 1,000. And we are just going live here so that we can be live when it happens. We just want to be live when it happens because it's a big moment here for the channel. It was kind of going through some of our older videos and just kind of reflecting on how far we've come in, 4 years. And we got, here's somebody that just commented on one of my YouTube shorts. He's such a girl now. I'm going to put the link here to our video. I'm going to say, come help us hit 1K. I gave him the link. But yeah, man, just kind of reflecting on everything and how we got here. Tom Grassi rated us twice. I don't know if do you know who Tom Grassi is, Cam? If you don't, he's a YouTuber, and 996. Cam the Ham said just got offered Josh Jacobs and Quentin Johnston for Dobbins and Rome Odunze. You got offered Jacobs, like Josh Jacobs. So you give up Rome Odunze and you get Josh Jacobs and Quentin Johnston for Dobbins and Rome Odunze. So I was thinking, no, I don't think I would. It's actually a really good trade question because you could make a case for doing it. It's like, okay, Dobbins, he's clearly the number one running back in Denver. RJ Harvey hasn't, really threatened J.K. Dobbins' touches. But at the same time, you expect Dobbins to kind of get going later. And then Rome Odunze is Caleb Williams' number one receiver, and their connection is starting to become something worth starting every single week. But on the flip side, it's like Josh Jacobs is going to be way more consistent than J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins might get you more catches, but when it comes to running the ball 22 times a game, like I think Josh Jacobs is just top 7 fantasy running back. The numbers haven't been there, but I think the numbers are going to get better. And by the way, Josh Jacobs isn't just a touchdown guy. I mean, he is very, very popular at getting 2 touchdown games. Gets a touchdown on the opening drive in a Packers game. He's probably getting another one in that game. So I think having Josh Jacobs is just much more reliable than J.K. Dobbins in Denver. There's a running back by committee. Sometimes R.J. Harvey goes out there, and the way Sean does things is it's like whoever has the hot hand, we're going to go with that guy. In Green Bay, it's Josh Jacobs no matter what. So you said, you get Josh Jacobs and Johnston. Oh, Johnson or Johnston? Are you talking about the Chargers wide receiver? If you're getting Josh Jacobs, I would make that trade. Now, we've seen. Okay, yeah, Chargers wide receiver. So we've seen Johnston have, his breakout season. Let me pull it up. Johnston. Let me see. Quinton. How do I spell this guy's name? Let me see. Quinton Johnston. Here it is. All right, Quinton Johnston. So 24 fantasy points, week 1, 15.9, almost 16. Yeah, do it. Absolutely. Look, the number one thing I'm looking at right now, in why I would say absolutely make the move, is because you got 7, 14, 24 targets in 3 weeks of football. 24 targets. Does anybody have 24 targets in the NFL right now? I mean, this is absolutely incredible stuff. He's got 24 targets, but he also has 14 catches. 5 catches week 1, only 3 catches week 2, but then he had a touchdown to make up for it. And then he had 6 catches against Denver, 10 targets, 6 catches, 89 yards. Like, if he has a touchdown in this game, he's now had 2 20-plus point games in 2 out of 3. And there was an opportunity for a touchdown in this game. So, yeah, I mean, the Josh Jacobs is like one of those guys you just don't trade. But in my opinion, Josh Jacobs is the buy low guy, right? He hasn't had like the greatest start to the season. But really, I mean, he had 2 touchdowns week 1 and week 2. And then week 3, the whole entire Packers offense as a whole didn't play good against Cleveland. And now you got this opportunity to buy Josh Jacobs low. Dude, this is money. And you lose Rome Odunze, but you get a guy that has 24 targets and is clearly having a breakout season. Now let's take a look, because he's got 55.7 fantasy points this far in the season through 3 weeks. 55 fantasy points, and you would be getting rid of Odunze. And Odunze has 62. Okay. He had, let's see, Rome Odunze. He had 15 points week 1, 15 points week 3, but he had 32 32. He has 27 targets. So, yeah, Rome Odunze, is he worth maybe 2 to 3 more points than Quentin Johnston? Sure. But Josh Jacobs is worth 10 to 15 more points than J.K. Dobbins. And on top of all of it, you know and I know that J.K. Dobbins doesn't stay healthy. I don't know if he has yet to play a complete 17-game schedule without getting hurt. So when you have a guy like that, it's like, even if the production was matched, the rare, just the chance of him getting injured makes you want to go with Josh Jacobs, even if they were even, and they're not. Josh Jacobs is better. So, yeah, man, I think Rome Odunze is also in a sell high spot right now. I'm not saying he's going to come back down to earth and be bad. I'm just saying, like, the offense the Bears showed against the Vikings, right? It's not like that is a thing of the past, right? They blitzed the hell out of Caleb Williams. And when the Bears are going to play other teams that are going to blitz at a high rate, the Vikings game is, I think there's going to be a couple more of these type of games. I don't think that they're just done playing these type of games, right? The reason Detroit game, he had so many points is because Detroit had dropped 50 on him and the Bears were just airing it out, right? Playing comeback football. So the 30-point game, 32-point game, it's great and all, but it's kind of an outlier right now. So what do we have? We have 2 15-point games if we take the outlier and remove it. One of them was against the Vikings. He had 6 catches for 37 yards in that game. I mean, we're talking about a 9 to 10-point game. Why did he have 15? Because he scored a touchdown, okay? So the same thing against Dallas, right? He only had 3 catches, 62 yards, but he had a touchdown. So, like, the 2 games where he would have been sub 10 points, luckily, if you have him, a touchdown salvaged the game. So what I'm trying to say is you got one outlier and then you got 2 games that would have been disappointing, but he had a touchdown that saved it. So right now, Rome Odunze has basically 2 games that were salvaged by a touchdown. So when it comes to selling high, Rome Odunze is worth a lot right now. But if you remove these touchdowns, and I know it's like, well, why would you remove the touchdowns? But just try to hear what I'm saying. Like, there's going to come weeks where he's going to have 3 catches like he had last week, but he's not going to get in the end zone. And the fact that that hasn't even happened yet this year makes Rome Odunze a perfect sell high candidate. And Quentin Johnston, I mean, I just got to be honest, like, who do you trust more, Justin Herbert or Caleb Williams? Because right now, Justin Herbert looks like he's just getting started this year. True, I feel like I definitely get a running back upgrade and maybe a slight wide receiver downgrade, but it's close as hell. Yeah, and I, the off chance that Rome Odunze is at a very high sell high point, keep in mind, like, this could be something that he looks back and he's punching the air because of it. And I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you enjoyed it, because I look at it and I think to myself, man, if he didn't have those 2 touchdowns, would Rome Odunze even be somebody that he would, be willing to give up Josh Jacobs for? Probably not. Probably not. But so, yeah, I would take advantage of it, because, yeah, maybe the boomer bust with Quentin Johnston's not as great, but I still think we got to give credit to Quentin Johnston, right? He's clearly in a breakout season. He's clearly having a breakout year. And I think that is likely to continue. The Chargers are playing the who are they playing? The Giants, I believe. So, I mean, even if you accepted the trade, it probably wouldn't go through until Tuesday. But let me know if you have any other fantasy football questions, and we'll keep the stream breathing for a minute here because I wanted to give us a chance. We're at 997, guys. We are 3 away from 1,000, and that's the only reason I haven't cut the stream after Thursday Night Football ended. Typically, after Thursday Night Football, I cut the stream, and that's that. But tonight, being this close, and I'll share with you guys my screen right now. This is where we're at right now. You see 997 subscribers. We are getting really close to 1,000. And Cam said, hold strong to 1,000. I'll stay strong with you, bro. Hell yeah. We're in it together. We're in it together. And we have, Jinja's here too. He might have fallen asleep, but Jinja was wanting to be here for it as well. We also had the help of Malcolm. He said, best of luck, man. I just subbed. And I love it. I love it. This is a good community in here. I'm super pumped, man, that you're a part of it now. This week, let me see my team league matchups. I'll share my screen and show you what my fantasy football league looks like right now. So this is my league. This is a 12-team league. $150 buy-in. So the winner of this league wins $1,500, and then second place gets $300. So coming in first place, is a pretty hefty prize. $1,500. So, proud to say that I am team feeling nicey. Right here, I got the most points 403, and I'm on a 3-game win streak. I've made 9 moves. Isn't this cool? Look at this. I always say fantasy football is won in the waiver wire. And man, it is so true. I didn't realize this, but oh, look at that. And this is the guy that won last year, first place. He's the only guy that's made more moves in the waiver wire than me. I mean, these guys haven't made a single move in the waiver. And it's funny. This is my uncle. He was trying to pretend that he didn't even know. I didn't even know the league was on. I didn't know we drafted. And I see him over here in the waiver wire. You're making moves. What are you talking about? But yeah, first place right now. And I got Lamar Jackson, Ricky Pearsall, Troy Franklin, CMC, Jonathan Taylor, Dalton Kincaid, and Xavier Worthy. Now, Kincaid is actually projected. Oh, I guess he's projected more. It's been the opposite. TJ Hawkinson has been projected more than Dalton Kincaid, but I just felt like, man, I don't care about the projections. Dalton Kincaid has shown me more than Hawkinson. And I forgot to make the switch. And on Thursday night last week, Dalton Kincaid was going off. And I was like, oh, I forgot to start him. It was killing me. So this is how fantasy works. Like, you're like, oh man, that guy's on my bench. I forgot to start him. And then you start him next week. And then the guy doesn't do anything. And you're like, oh, figures. And then the guy on your bench all of a sudden has a big game. But TJ Hawkinson, 9:30 international game. I think it's going to be an ugly, low-scoring game. I don't see this being like a big offensive shootout. Meanwhile, Buffalo Bills are going against the Saints. So I think that should be a pretty good matchup for me. And I was going to say Cam said I would start Kincaid till Hawkinson proves he's not washed. That's pretty much where I'm at right now. The one question that I do have this week is what to do with wide receiver 2. Now, technically, look, Xavier Worthy's my wide receiver 2, technically. I'm really talking about my flex. So part of me feels like Troy Franklin on Monday Night Football going against the Bengals is going to have a big game. He's had 2 bad games, I guess. Like last week, he only had 2 catches on 4 targets. But what we saw against the Colts was really promising. 9 targets, 8 catches, 89 yards, a touchdown, 100 yards all-purpose. He had 11 yards rushing. So, 24-point game. And you started thinking like, okay, I mean, this is why Denver traded Devon Vele, who they drafted in 2024 in the 7th round. And he kind of broke out, and Denver traded him to the Saints for a 3rd-round pick. They got a 3rd rounder and a 6th rounder for Devon Vele. And the only reason they were able to make that type of a trade was because Troy Franklin had such a good camp that he was clearly ready to take that jump and take that role as wide receiver 2. And then, that was before the season even started. Right before it started, this trade happened, and it let us know where we believe the front office is with Troy Franklin. And then week 2, and then he has a game like this, and you really start to think it's coming together. And then last week, a dud against the Chargers. But now it's the Bengals, and it's like, it's the part of the year where it's like somebody shows you something, 24 points, and then just because they had 2 points, right? That could just be, when we look back at the end of the season, this could just be like an outlier. And Troy Franklin could have, 9 targets a game from now on. And do you not start him just because he didn't have a great game for you last week? Because I feel like fantasy football a lot of times is people just going off of what happened last week or what happened last year. I mean, the fantasy football draft is literally just what happened last year. People take the highest scoring players from last year and they draft them in that order, right? Whoever won Offensive Player of the Year is going number 1 overall the next year. So last year it was Jamar Chase. The year before that it was Christian McCaffrey, and it all rings true. But we know that that's not how fantasy football works. Every week there's something new. And if you're always, going off of last game's script, you're going to get caught with your pants down. And you want to be able to kind of get in front of these things, but you have to take some risks to do it. Excuse me 1 second. Isn't this Peyton Manning jersey awesome? But yeah, you got to take some chances. And this week, my gut's telling me to take a chance on Troy Franklin Monday night. But I'm also thinking I'm going to make a move right now. And I feel pretty good about it. I'm going to add Romeo Doubs. And I'm going to drop Dotavion Wicks. And all right, success. I did it. I added Romeo Doubs, and he's projected 11 points. I think I'm going to flex Romeo Doubs. I don't know. I mean, is Terry McLaurin really going to be healthy? Is Terry McLaurin? I mean, look, there was breaking news at right before 7 p.m. that Terry McLaurin does not need to undergo surgery. But what does that mean for how they're going to be utilizing him? Is he going to be used sparingly, or is he good to go? And Travis Hunter's been disappointing. I mean, only 2 targets last week. At least before last week, you were seeing some real targets, 8 targets. I saw that week 1, and I thought to myself, I don't even care that he didn't crack 10 points. He almost cracked 10 targets. That's what I care about. And then it's just progressively gotten worse, 8 to 6 to 2 to what are we doing? Got to get Travis Hunter involved. Liam Cohen said injuries to other players won't change Travis Hunter's role on offense or defense. He's currently stuck in the F receiver role on offense, putting him in the slot for 63% of his routes this year. For reference, Hunter ran 6% of his routes from the slot in his final season in college. So he's played more out of the slot in previous seasons, but it was never his primary position. And Travis Hunter, he's not like a big wide receiver, that you can just put out wide and, he can take on. He was able to do that at Colorado, but this is the NFL, so they're trying to utilize how good he is in space, put him in the slot, but Trevor Lawrence just hasn't been able to hit the middle of the field very well. Now part of me is like, you know what? I'm doing it. Especially because of the backup. I'm going to go Romeo Doubs is going to be my flex this week. I think that's the right move. And man, sometimes there's just not a there's not a magic 8 ball that you can just look into. No matter how much you look at these numbers, you just got to go with whatever feels best. And the guy I'm playing, he's got 43 points out of 2 players. So Marvin Harrison and Kyler Murray, they gave him a pretty good performance, right? About 43 points. He's got Cortland Sutton. He's going with Junkins was a guy that was available for a lot of people. He's clearly the lead guy now. He had 18 carries for 94 yards and a touchdown, had 2 catches, or 2 targets, 1 catch for only 1 yard. But he's definitely somebody that you're excited about. Going against Detroit's going to be tough. He's got Amari Hampton going against the Giants. How has Amari Hampton been? Wow. I hate to see this. 8 points, 3 points, 26 points. Now, keep in mind, a lot of this was because Najee Harris had the season-ending Achilles injury, and now he's the lead back. But, I mean, I hate to see how many points he had against my Broncos. Now he's going against the New York Giants, so he could have another huge game this week. Then at tight end, he's going with Chig Okonkwo. He recorded 5 receptions on 6 targets for 66 yards. That's kind of an interesting tight end start, I got to say. 6 targets. I mean, his best game, he's coming off his best game, so maybe he just started him this week. Let's see who he's got on his bench. Jawan Jennings. He's going to flex Chase Brown this week. Chase Brown is ridiculous, dude. Look at this. 21 rushing attempts for 43 yards. That's crazy. That's 2 yards per carry. I mean, that's insane. Look at this. 16 carries for 47 yards. 10 carries for 3 yards. He's got, what does he have? How many carries is this? 10, 26, 46, 56, 26, 46, 47. So he's got 47 carries on 40, 80, 93. On 93 yards. 47 carries on 93 yards. 47 times 2. He's averaging less than 2 yards per carry right now. I mean, that's just not good enough. Going against Denver's defense. Hopefully Denver can shut him down. But yeah, I like my chances to win this week. You got Green Bay going against Dallas. Maybe not the best matchup, but Micah Parsons, revenge game. I'm not sure. Is there a defense I could stream that would be a better option this week? Houston going against Tennessee. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm adding Houston going against Tennessee for sure. But who do I drop? Shit. That's the hard part, is figuring out who to drop. I don't want to drop any of these guys. I'm going to drop Calvin Austin, I guess. I'm just being greedy. I mean, I got Christian Kirk. I got Troy Franklin and Terry McLaurin and Romeo Dobbs. Like, at some point, you have enough 10-point guys, right? I would rather make a move that could help me win this week. Calvin Austin's not going to help me win this week. Adding Houston instead of Green Bay could actually help me win this week. I'm really glad that I'm doing this. Boom. That was a good move right there, because I was just reading an article today about fantasy football. I'm going to show you the article I read today. NFL.com. Let's see. See. More news. Here it is. Week 4 fantasy sleepers. So quarterback, Jordan Love, I mentioned that. Justin Fields, running back, Alvin Kamara, Trayvon Henderson, Tootin, and then wide receiver Romeo Doubs, right? And I just picked up Doubs. And there's a good chance I regret this on Sunday, but I'm currently riding the high that comes with taking a calculated risk, like testing that weak pizza in the fridge. It may give you a case of the bubble guts, or it may be better than you could imagine. With that, I give you Doubs. Using stats to project Packers receivers is like trying to hold sand on a windy day. But I can tell you that Doubs leads the team in routes run and air yards per target. That makes him as close to a wide receiver one as the offense can boast. It also makes Doubs a prime candidate to post a big number against this woeful Dallas secondary. And if it turns out that Matthew Golden, Tavion Wicks, or Malik Heath has a big day against the Cowboys, pretend I wrote about one of them. But yeah, that's the chance you're taking. Like Romeo Doubs, he's definitely a guy that can go out there and get you 26 points and never do that again this year. And yeah, it's possible that that's this week. But let me take you to the defense, right? Because this is where I saw Houston when I was reading this morning. Here it is. Forget to talk about the Texans' lack of offense. Let's talk about their defense. Unsurprisingly, DeMeco Ryans has created a stop unit in his image. Intense, physical, stingy. Despite an 0-3 record, the Texans are tied for the 5th fewest points allowed. That includes holding the Rams of all teams to 14 points in the season opener. Okay? It's fortuitous for fantasy. I've never used that word. Fortuitous for fantasy managers who string defenses that they host it's beneficial, I guess. It's behoove of fantasy managers that they're hosting the Titans. It's a defense that doesn't give up points, especially when facing an offense that struggles to score them. The Titans' 51 points through 3 games ranks 28th. Sure, it's 4 spots above the Texans' last-ranked scoring offense, but we're not talking about that right now. After a few mediocre performances, the Texans could find themselves as a top 12 defense in Week 4. And then you got the Green Bay game, which I don't know. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough call, but I think the Green Bay game, like the Dak Prescott, Dallas Cowboy fans, like they're gonna want to play a game, and I don't see Dallas stopping Green Bay from scoring points. So Dallas is going to have to score points to keep up with them, and I think Dak Prescott's good enough to keep it a close game. I know what happened in the playoffs 2 years ago, but I think this game is going to be like both teams. I think, honestly, it could be one of those games where both teams score in every quarter. All right. And if that's the case, I don't want to be holding the Packers defense starting when the game turns into that type of a game. And that's kind of what my gut feeling is telling me this week, is that we're in that type of a game. All right, let's take a look at our channel. 998 subscribers, you guys. We are 2 subscribers away from 1,000 subscribers. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. 2 subscribers away from 1,000 subs. If you're part of the reason why, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am just so grateful. We just had a comment come in 25 minutes ago. Cowboys, ? They ain't making playoffs. Gumby, Washington, and the Birds again. Well, 3 teams can go to the playoffs. The Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs all went to the playoffs last year. I think that's my comment here. Same division. Just saying. 3 teams can go to the playoffs from the same division. Just saying. All right. I can't believe that we're at 998 subs, you guys. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. But yeah, let's see if there's any other NFL news going on right now. Not really interested in going back into the Thursday night week 4 picks. Let's see what the week 4 picks look like. We made our predictions at noon today. Let's take a look at the wow. Everybody going Vikings, and that's surprising because last year it was like everybody was going Patriots, and the Steelers. I just feel like the Steelers continue to get picked against, and I'm not sure why, because the Steelers are that team that you just pick against. Like, I feel like they're always a 2.5 point underdog. And there's not a more profitable coach in the NFL than Mike Tomlin as an underdog. These are the games that Pittsburgh finds a way to win. And that's why last year they were 10-2. Week 12, they were 10-2. They were picked against all the time, but they only lost 2 of their first 12 games. I don't know. The Vikings, I think, are riding high off of last week. And give Carson Wentz a lot of credit, man. He played a great game. Carson Wentz played a great game. He's getting the ball out of his hands quick. He knows how to diagnose defenses quick. He's a very fast processor. He's everything that Kevin O'Connell needs to be able to facilitate the ball and execute his plays. And that's kind of when, people say, wow, this guy can use any quarterback and they'll be successful. That's only true if the quarterback is able to execute Kevin O'Connell's genius. That's a big reason why the Colts, just 2 years after drafting a quarterback with the 3rd overall pick, had to pivot to Daniel Jones, is because Shane Steichen's like, look, if my job's on the line here, I need a quarterback that can call my plays, because you guys took my playbook, you ripped out 75% of it, and then you told me to go win. I can't win with 25%. I need 75 or 100. And then he said, all right, Daniel Jones, he can execute 75 or 100% of my playbook. I need to go with that guy. And Kevin O'Connell's no different, man. It's like these coaches, even these great coaches, they can't win with any quarterback, but they can win with quarterbacks that have those few gifts or capabilities. Fast processors, can get in and out of the huddle quick, can call the plays, right? Understand the plays, like the intent behind the play. You see a lot of times with young quarterbacks that sometimes there'll be a clean pocket and they'll take off running before the intent of the play has even, unfolded on the field. And you can be a great play caller all you want, but if you have a quarterback that's doing that, it's all for nothing. It was a big reason why Sean had to get rid of Russell Wilson, was because it was the same thing where it's like he's taking off and running. He's not even looking in the middle of the field. He's not playing quarterback. He's just relying on backyard football. And that was the same thing with Caleb Williams. And it was like, is Ben Johnson going to be able to coach that out of Caleb Williams? Right. That was part of the reason why during the offseason, when you saw Caleb throwing into that drill where he had to throw into the hole and then he had a temper tantrum after throwing like 3 bad throws. Caleb said when he was asked about that drill, that drill is specifically because Ben Johnson was making it a focal point of getting the ball out of his hands quick. So they set up that drill to be, how quick can you get the ball out of your hands? Ben Johnson obviously is like, look, I don't want you snapping the ball and then relying on the play after the play, but not really giving the first play a real opportunity, right? It's like you go to USC and you get so comfortable playing this backyard football and relying on your arm talent. He's like, I just need you to Jared Goff, okay? I need you to snap the ball and hit the receiver, right? 3-step drop. You're going to see a lot of under center. Ben Johnson loves his quarterbacks to be under center. And it was always going to be whether or not Caleb Williams was going to be able to grow and adapt to Ben Johnson's style. Because it doesn't matter how good Ben Johnson is. If Caleb Williams, is out there and just relying on backyard football and he's not actually giving what Ben Johnson called a chance, it's all for nothing. So I love what I'm seeing this one game that we saw from Carson Wentz. But don't you think we're overreacting a little bit to just be like, oh yeah, the Vikings, favorite over the Pittsburgh Steelers by almost a field goal? I think this game should be 1.5 at the most. And Cam the Ham said, you don't need a great QB. You need a smart QB. That is one of the most truest things I've ever read. I mean, that's it right there. You don't need a highly gifted QB. You just need a smart QB that understands what he's doing out there and why he's doing it. 998 subs. Come on, let's get there. We got 2 more to go. All right. I still want to see this, okay? All right, so we got the Washington Commanders. 3 people picked the Commanders over the Falcons. Falcons 26-23 victors in both games where they were predicted to win. Commanders, I don't know what's going to happen with Jaden Daniels. We talked yesterday about the sprained knee. Are we going to see Jaden Daniels? Because he wanted to play last week. And I mentioned yesterday, Jaden said, it's up to the doctors. It's not my decision. And then they asked him, how did you take the news when Dan Quinn told you you're not playing? And he was like, let's keep that between me and Dan. So, things aren't great right now. And, Jaden had a really bad game against Green Bay. And then he doesn't even get an opportunity to redeem himself. And then he has to watch Marcus Mariota drop 40. And, just the combination of those 3 things has Jaden Daniels itching to get back in this game. Okay. And we know Jaden Daniels is special, but he, for whatever reason, hasn't looked it yet. I think a part of that reason is Terry McLaurin skipping out on the entire offseason program, because Terry McLaurin, for how bad he wanted to get paid, he hasn't done anything. Hammer Commanders. I love it. And I'm for one upset about it. I drafted Terry McLaurin with my 3rd pick, not overall, but my 3rd round pick. I went CMC, Jonathan Taylor, Terry McLaurin. So, whenever you have a 3rd round pick having, 9, 8, 7-point weeks, it's disappointing. And then I don't even know what's going on with him this week. I don't even know what's going on with his quarterback. So the whole situation, I'm just like, man, how much would I love to just see Jaden Daniels start and Terry McLaurin have a 100-yard game with a touchdown, and let's just move forward and be like, that was a weird start, but we're through it, right? We got past it, and then I can just plug him in at wide receiver 2 for the rest of the year and get off of this whole who's going to be my wide receiver every week, kind of thing that I'm going through right now. So interesting that they're giving Atlanta. Look, Atlanta's a weird team right now as well. Atlanta's only won one football game in their last, if you include the preseason, their last 6 games, they've won one. And after they won it, everybody was writing that Atlanta might be a really good football team. Atlanta might be the new 49ers. And it's like they won one in their last 6. They didn't look good in the preseason. They didn't look good week 1. They finally got a win week 2. And then they got beat 40-0. Don't talk to me about the 49ers, okay? Raheem Morris, questions about him being on the hot seat are starting to rise up. Michael Penix Jr., anytime you get shut out, people are going to start questioning you. And I think why the Commanders Atlanta is such a weird team is because we know that there's a lot of talent on this team, and we know they're capable of playing good football. But you just can't get blown out by a Panthers team, right? You can lose, right? You can lose. You can have a bad day in the office, but you can't lose 30-0 to Carolina. That can't happen, period, ever. That just makes me immediately go, it's not a playoff team. Playoff teams, they have bad day at the office, right? Denver's got 2 losses in their first 3 games, but by a combined 6 points to a combined record of 6-0. So, I mean, if Denver went out there and lost 30-0 to the Panthers, I would immediately be like, that's not a playoff team, right? And we tend to be more realistic, I think, with our own teams. Like a lot of people, they're too optimistic when you're winning, but when you're losing, you're very realistic, right? Like you're if anything, you're like overly. Now, I'm not talking about like fans that don't care, but they say they care, but sometimes they watch the game, sometimes they don't. I'm talking about your fans that have never missed a game, right? It's like as soon as you start losing, because they care so much, they want to protect themselves. So they just say, we're not a playoff team. Because then I can't be disappointed because I got in front of it. You know what I'm saying? This is why I say, like, if this 30-0 happened to my team, I would definitely be like, this is not a playoff team, period. But because it's somebody else's team and I'm not emotionally connected, I think there's a lot of people that are like, it was just a bad day at the office. I don't know about that. I think it was a little more than a bad day at the office, if you ask me. Michael Penix was benched in this game. It was so bad. It's important to note Washington's health issues go beyond Dallas. If Terry McLaurin's unable to go, that helps the Falcons secondary. That'll likely be missing A.J. Terrell with a hamstring for a second straight game. While the Commanders' defense looks pretty good on paper, I think the stats are inflated by lackluster offensive competition 2 of the first 3 weeks. With Atlanta's early bye on tap right after this game, Raheem Morris rallies the troops, gets the response he's anticipating from Penix, and denies Dan Quinn the satisfaction of beating his old team. That's right, I forgot about that part. Dan Quinn's old team, the Atlanta Falcons, I think a lot of people forgot about that. That was an insane team. Matt Ryan all the way to the Super Bowl. I mean, that coaching staff was incredible. But they had Kyle Shanahan. Wasn't Sean McVay there too? Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Dan Quinn. I don't know if there's ever been a... No. I'm thinking of the Washington, the old Washington, when they were the Redskins with Mike Shanahan. That was the coaching staff I'm thinking of. Let's see. Ooh, still at 998. Still at 998. Ooh. We're going to get there. It's going to happen. It is going to happen. And we're going to be here for it. Let's continue down. We got the Saints. Whoa, nobody's picking the Saints? Just kidding. You could hardly be surprised by this. 34-14, 32-17, 31-14. You got a 20-point victory here. 43-23, 33-17. Look at the over-under in this game. The Bills, oh, wow, it's gone down to 15.5. It was at 16.5. Now it's gone down to 15.5. And I think I would take the 15.5. I wasn't interested in the 16.5. The 15.5. And honestly, the 850, I think I would take that just because, you know, it's the value. I would put $5 on it or something. I'm sure that's what $100 would pay out $850. So 10 pays out $85. So 5 pays out like 40. I would parlay the Saints winning with, you know, 3 absolute yeses. Or I would do like 3 underdogs, like maybe the Browns plus 10. And then I would go Tennessee plus 7. Because I think this is the game that could end up in a tie this week. 2 teams that haven't won yet. But, man, I feel like the Texans just aren't good enough for me to be like, yeah, they can lay 7. Let's look at the score predictions. 26 or 20-16. Okay. Yep, I could see that. It's only 4-point win. 5-point win, 5-point win, 5-point win, 6-point win. Nobody has the Texans winning by 7. Nobody. And I don't either. I'm actually going to parlay this as I go through these games. Only the ones I love. I'm not going to do everyone. See, Jonathan Taylor. I have a bet in for him to win Offensive Player of the Year. I put 10 on it. They're offering me 12 because the odds have gotten better. I also have Aiden Hutchinson to win Comeback Player of the Year. Jared Verse to win Defensive Player of the Year. All right, let's get to this week. So, 9.5, Cleveland plus 9.5. I don't know about that, but the Texans have gone up to 7.5 now. Give me the plus 7.5. You know what I'm saying? And then look, Buffalo's plus 870. So $5 if I combine would win 83. Now let's say I think Cleveland could do the plus 9.5, and here's why. Number one, Cleveland had an emotional win, which I don't love, right? That doesn't help them. But the Lions win was probably way more emotional. They went on the road, they played the Ravens, and they like dominated them. And now you have to go back home and not let this Cleveland team. It's easy to be like, okay, yeah, we took care of the Ravens. We'll be fine against Cleveland. Look what just happened to Green Bay. You know, Green Bay dominated the Lions. So I think in a way, Cleveland's being a little disrespected because I think defensively, at least Cleveland, they have a lot of questions offensively. But Junkins, the new running back, we know that they can run the ball now. And now that they can run the ball, does that mean Jerry Jeudy's going to get more involved? Does that mean Joe Flacco's going to get into more of a rhythm because he doesn't have to throw it 50 times? And can the defense once again dominate up front? I'm not saying they're going to win, but 9.5 points. Give me Cleveland plus 9.5. Let's run it back. Okay. Next up, we got the Chargers and the Giants. The Chargers minus 6.5. Usually, there's a spark that comes when you start a rookie quarterback, and I do love what I'm seeing defensively from the Chargers. And this does feel like a spot where they could get caught with their pants down. But overall, I just don't know if Jackson Dart wins his first start against a Chargers defense. And I'm going to go Chargers minus 6.5. And you said hammer the Commanders at minus 1.5. I'll do it. I'm doing it for you because I'm not like I don't have a strong conviction in that game one way or another. Here's one that it's interesting. Carolina, after winning 30-0, is now 5.5 point underdog on the road against New England, who we may see Trayvon Henderson play a bigger role than we saw. And we may see it. Let's see what they're saying about this one. Everyone's taking the Chargers, and looks like we have one person here saying it could be a 4-point game. But looks like everybody feels confident that the Chargers are going to be able to cover the 6.5. Let's go. I want to see the Panthers and the Patriots because that's the one I'm kind of stuck on right now. Panthers, Patriots. Oh, here it is. Everyone's got the Patriots winning in a 3-point, a 3-point, a 2-point. So Patriots in a close one. Panthers are getting 5.5. Look, the Panthers got a really good defense. Their defensive coordinator, Ejiro Evero, he's going to be a head coach. Like, that's how good they are. I thought they shut out Atlanta last week. I'm going to take Panthers plus 5. I think the Patriots win, but I don't feel like, I don't know. I'm a little torn on this because remember, they fumbled twice inside the 10-yard line, right? They could have beaten Pittsburgh. And then it's like, you would feel differently about this game. And I don't know if Trayvon Henderson fumbles those balls, and he might be the one carrying them this week. Something I'm gonna put this bet in both ways. I'm gonna have the same list of games, but I'm gonna reuse my selections and switch it with the Patriots. Here's one that is crazy for me: the Colts and the Rams. The Rams are coming off a game where they were up 26-6, and they lost, and now they have to come back home and play a red-hot Colts team. And Jonathan Taylor's playing so well. The Colts, I think they lose this game, but at 3.5, I think I'm going Colts plus 3.5. That is a really good offense right now. We have to come to grips with that. And it seems like the Colts are just going to be a team that continues to be like, this is the week they're going to fall. And it hasn't happened. So I'm going to, if it was 2.5, I wouldn't touch this. But at 3.5, I'm going to go ahead. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars getting 3.5 as well, going to San Francisco. This is tough. Let me see what they're saying about this one. Jacksonville. Actually, let me look at this one. So everybody picked the freaking Rams, right? 6-point win, 4-point win, 8-point win, 5-point win, 3-point win. Ali is the only one that picked the Colts covering the spread. So let's hear what he said. If you think Indianapolis' surprising start is a fluke, simply the result of favorable early schedule, you're severely shortchanging Shane Steichen and company. Sure, their opponents have gone a combined 1-8 so far. I hate when people do this. You know why? It's because, of course, your combined opponents have 3 losses at least, right? Because you beat all of them. So that's 3 losses out the gate. And Denver lost on a last-second field goal to the Chargers, who are undefeated. That's 4 losses. Tennessee, right? They might not be a good team, but who cares? The Colts didn't play a close game with Tennessee. They dominated them. So that leaves, like one other. Who did they play week 1? The Colts week 1. Was it the Colts played? I thought they played a good team. I can't remember. Was it the Commanders? Anyway, but it's really less about what the opposition has done poorly and more about what Indy has done really well. Yes, the Colts are extremely effective on the ground, efficient through the air. They play complementary defense. On Sunday, they'll face their toughest test so far. I think Broncos was their toughest test. Denver was, if Denver made that field goal, that chip shot field goal that went, phew, I've never seen a voodoo kick like that. The ball went straight, and then it just went, flew off and hit the doink. And then the leverage led to the field goal being a chip shot, and the Colts won. Like Denver had, it's what's so frustrating, is that Denver had them. And if Denver won that game, people wouldn't be saying this will be the Colts' toughest game. They would acknowledge that Denver was a tough game. But instead, now because Denver lost that game, combined with the fact that they gave up a 10-point lead with 3 minutes left against the Chargers, now Denver's a bad team. And the Colts haven't played anybody. It's all just so, fragile through 3 weeks. It's like you're either really good or really bad. And if you're really good, it's probably because you played really bad teams. And those really bad teams are only really bad because they lost to really good teams. But you're only really good because those teams are really bad. It all falls on its face, right? It's all worth the opposite. It is nothing, right? It's a fugazi, it's a fairy dust. It's never landed. It's not fucking real. And that is why it's so frustrating that when people are making these predictions and they talk about these teams this way, you really need to just take a step back and say, is this a good team or a bad team? It's like the end of Along Came Polly when he's like, last name Reaper, first name Grim, or is this space jumping, crocodile wrestling, volcano illusion, shark diving, man gonna die? And the answer is no. Right? You just have to take a step back and say, are the Colts a good team? And the answer is yes. Don't overthink it. Daniel Jones is playing the best football of his life. The defense is finally playing complementary. The weapons are finally really starting to, it looks like Tyler Warren has just opened up this offense. Jonathan Taylor is having his best season ever. And so is, so is Daniel Jones. So the fact that there's still people out there waiting for the shoe to drop. It's like, don't overthink it, man. Don't overthink it. Okay, for the Rams, how will they fare against the Colts? League leading production out of 12 personnel, 7.8 yards per play. Wow. The Colts are averaging 7.8 yards per play out of 12 personnel. That's crazy. Can they stop Indy's 2 tight end looks consistently? That's what's so dangerous. Because, man, when you have a tight end like Tyler Warren, who is such an effective run blocker and then such an elite wide receiver, you line up in 12 personnel and it could be a Jonathan Taylor run, or it could be a tight end delay that goes for 35 yards. They can do so much. And man, the Bears must be just kicking themselves for drafting Colston Loveland instead of Tyler Warren. I think the Rams have the talent up front to mitigate Jonathan Taylor enough, at least, to force Daniel Jones to beat him. And as well as the polarizing signal caller has played this season, I'm not confident he'll be able to pull off what Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts did last weekend. And that's crazy because I am that confident in Daniel Jones right now. And Cam said 5 turnovers versus Pittsburgh. Pats should have killed the Steelers. Yeah. And that's, I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I don't love the backing the Panthers, who are coming off that 30-0 loss, because the Patriots could have destroyed the Steelers. But then it's like, but that was last week. And the Patriots are 1-2. The Carolina Panthers are 1-2. Which one of these teams is actually the better football team? And I feel like the Patriots are. I actually had a bet in on my FanDuel account that had the. I'm gonna read it to you because I placed it this offseason. Patriots and Jaguars to each win more than 7.5 games, and the Panthers to win more than 6.5 games. I put $25 on it to win 145. So I need the Panthers to win 7 games this year, and I need the Patriots and the Jaguars to win 8. That was a bet that I absolutely loved because I had the Patriots and Jaguars winning closer to 10, and I had the Panthers. What we saw at the end of the season with Bryce Young was special, and we haven't really seen that, which I couldn't have predicted that. I really thought we were going to see a lot more from the Panthers to start off the season, but thank God they drafted. This is one of those years where there's 2 teams that must be thinking, thank God we drafted a wide receiver. Because this is like the scenario that the Chiefs are in, but it's like these other teams looked at their wide receiver depth chart and was like, let's draft another one. Like, you look at the Bucks on paper, you re-signed Chris Godwin, you have Mike Evans there. You could have justified going somewhere else with your draft pick, but you had Chris Godwin coming off the ankle surgery. He wasn't going to be ready week 1. And you drafted Emeka Egbuka, and look how instrumental he's been so far. And for the Panthers, right? You drafted Xavier Legette, and he has just been nowhere to be found. MIA, the milkman, missing. And you drafted T-Mac. And look how good T-Mac has been. He's been everything for the Panthers. So the Carolina Panthers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they might have saved their seasons because of their first round draft picks. What is this? T-Mac ranks 6th in the league in receiving yards. Receiving yard share, 35.8. What does that even mean? Yard share, receiving yard. Oh, he has 35.8% of the Panthers receiving yards, which is essentially exactly what I'm trying to say right now. Yeah, I mean, couldn't have been a better decision. Here's Tampa Bay. Emeka Ibuka, Chris Godwin potentially coming back. The Emeka Ibuka connection's looking like a sure thing. Don't forget, Philly just pulled off its own Baker-esque comeback to shock the Rams. Ahead of this exact same matchup at this exact point last season, I picked the Eagles, more talented roster over potential Baker razzle-dazzle, and of course the Bucs coasted to an easy win. One key difference: in Week 4 of 2024, the Bucs were the healthier team. I will not make the same mistake downplaying key injuries again, even as I potentially make the same mistake picking Philly to win in Tampa again. Yeah, I get where he's coming from. This is the time of the year where you just don't want to overthink things. It's like, look, let me not talk myself out of it. Let me just go with what I think, naturally is going to happen in this game. And this one's kind of weird because the underlying question in order to predict who wins this game is what we saw when the Eagles were down 26-6, when their offense for the first time in 2025 clicked into high gear. Is that something that is going to be sustained from now on? Like, did they tap into something that they can now use weeks in the future? Or was that like a one-off and their offense is going to go back to getting one target to A.J. Brown like they did week 1 against the Cowboys? Because they lost, Kellen Moore, and anytime you lose an offensive coordinator, you kind of got to re-find your identity in your own way. Like the Bears, or not the Bears, like the Detroit Lions are having to do, which last week was their, I felt like their come out party to say, hey, we're still going to be an elite team. I don't care about the coordinator thing. You can put that to bed because we are still the best team in the NFL. And the Eagles' second half against the Rams was that moment. But was it just a moment, or is this going to be the offense from now on? And we don't know yet, but I think whether or not you're picking the Eagles, that's what you're betting on. Like, you're betting on what happened last week to be a sign of things to come from now on. And if you're taking Tampa, you're hoping that was a fluke, what you saw with the Eagles in the second half. Cam said, as a Pats fan, I think it'll be close. Oh, yeah, you're a Patriots fan. Panthers smoked the Falcons. So you do think it's going to be close. It's crazy because every week there's a couple games that are like, this could be close or this could be an absolute blowout. Last week it was the Packers Cleveland. It was like, I thought that was going to be a close game, but if it would have been a blowout, I would not have been shocked. It wouldn't have been like, how did that happen? And then the other one was the Seahawks and Saints. I'm like, this could be close for no reason or a blowout. I think the Patriots could dominate the Panthers, and I wouldn't be like, how? But I think it's more likely, I'm with you, that it's going to be a close game. Let's see. I'm looking right now. So Tennessee +7, Cleveland +9.5. The Chargers -6.5. The Commanders -1.5. The Panthers +5.5. The Colts +3.5. $5 pays out $228. And then let's go. Wow, the Broncos are 4.5-point underdogs for the Eagles game next week. I love looking at the week ahead line, right? The lines for the week ahead. I really need the Eagles to win this week so that they're not pissed off when we play them next week. And I think if you're a football fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We are at 998. Come on. We just need 2 more subscribers. 2 more subscribers. I'm going to put some more. I'm going to put a link out on X. Here we go. I'm going to post the link. Come on. 5 hours. Here, let me see what's trending right now. Seahawks 3 hours ago. Let's go latest. 10 minutes ago. There we go. And live stream. Here we go. YouTube. Let's see where this goes. Okay, got it. So I'm going to post this on X, Control C. I just went to latest. Here we go. I just posted it on. Oh, like obviously these are football fans because they're posting about the football game. But I was like, help me get 2 more subs, please. Help a brother out. Help a brother out. We got 2 more to go. 2 more. And wow. 34 people watching on X right now. That's cool. Man, hopefully we can get there, man. We are almost there. We just got 2 more to go. All right, let's continue. So the Jacksonville Jaguars. How do you guys feel about the Jacksonville Jaguars this week? Because I don't have a great feeling about them going to San Francisco to play the 49ers. But for some reason, I'm like, this is the kind of game Jacksonville will win for no reason, right? You're feeling like you know a team, the 49ers, they just traveled. Where did they go? They traveled far. Who did they play last week? They had to go far away. I forget. Let me see. 49ers schedule. The 49ers last week played. No, they played the Cardinals. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of Jacksonville, who's going a far away to the 49ers. Regardless, I think this is my, every week there's a couple upsets. I think Jacksonville's going to be my upset this week. I think Liam Cohen gets these guys ready to play. Remember, Liam Cohen, the Rams, Sean McVay, he's always had the upper hand against Kyle Shanahan. Liam Cohen comes from Sean McVay. He knows how to beat Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is without Nick Bosa. He's without Brock Purdy. He's without Deebo Samuel and some other options. Jacksonville coming off a disappointing loss, I believe. They have potential. I'm going to go upset of the week. Jacksonville gets the win outright. I don't know why this took me so long. I made this prediction earlier today, and I took the 49ers. I've changed my mind. I'm going Jacksonville. And $565. This is my parlay. Titans plus 7.5. Cleveland plus 9.5. The Chargers to win by 6.5, minus 6.5. The Commanders minus 1.5 against Atlanta. The Panthers plus 5.5 against New England. The Colts plus 3.5 against the Rams. Jacksonville straight up. And just to make it even more, let's see. How do you guys feel about Kansas City beating Baltimore? I don't feel great about it, but I mean, do you think it's possible? If they do, it would be like a 23-22 type of win. Let's see. I think it's crazy to think that one of these teams is going to be 1-3 next week. It's even crazier to think it'll be one that's played in 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls. And yet, that's the prediction here. Why? Because Kansas City has yet to deliver on its offseason promise of, oh, wait a minute. But what if Xavier Worthy comes back? He suffered a shoulder injury on the first drive of the first season. Rashee Rice is still in the 6-game suspension. It's hard to watch Andy Reid. They did get something going with that receiver. I'm forgetting his name. The Patriots drafted him 3 years ago with the 50th overall pick in the second round. Thornton, I think it was. He had 2 amazing catches late in the game. If Xavier Worthy comes back, I'm gonna go with the Chiefs. If I can get the Chiefs at home as an underdog, I'm taking advantage of that. And now my $5 wins $1,285. And if I throw Denver straight up, it goes up to $1,500. That's not worth the risk for $300. And then next week, the 49ers are 3-point underdogs at the Rams on Thursday Night Football. The Jets at the Dolphins. The Jets are 2.5-point underdogs against the Dolphins. 2.5-point underdogs. Man, I'm not touching that. That is a no-no. Green Bay minus 6.5 against the Dallas Cowboys. Everything is telling me to take Dallas plus 6.5. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to reuse the selection. So I have a 9-leg parlay. $5 wins $2,549. I'm going to place it. And I'm going to reuse selections. And now I'm going to put Green Bay as minus 6.5. And I'm going to not just do that. I'm going to swap out the Commander or the Patriots. I'll leave the Commanders. And there we go. So I kind of give myself, a little bit of a buffer. But here is what it looks like. I'm going to share it with you guys. Here we go. Crop. And I'm placing this with all the just money I won today. thanks to the Marvin Harrison touchdown. I didn't even use my $10 bonus bet because I had what was it, a risk-free, no sweat bet. And here we go. Let's see. Background. No, I want it to be here. Okay. Add file. Recents screenshot. Open. Okay. Here's my bet. Boom. Let me move the banner. And okay, let me do this one more time. Because I feel like it cut off the good part. One. There's a lot of people out there that aren't as successful at betting as me that are like, subscribe here and I'll give you my bets for free. It's like, dude, get off of your high horse. Your bets aren't I don't know. It's just like, why wouldn't you give that? Like, if you feel like you could help people make money, just help them. Like, the money will come naturally because your picks will be so good that people will watch your channel. You know what I mean? Like, if you have to sell it, is it really that good? Or are you like, let me at least make some money just in case my picks suck? You know, I'm like, it's like if I could, you know, shake a magic ball and it would give me the winners, I wouldn't be charging people for it. I would just be like, here's my winners. And after a couple weeks, the whole world would find out that I'm the best in the world at predicting games, and my podcast would be the biggest in the world. So I wouldn't have to sell anything. Here's that bet here. Let me take the ticker off here. So 2,554. Tennessee plus 7.5. Cleveland plus 9.5. Chargers to get it done by a touchdown. Washington pull out the win. Carolina Panthers plus 5.5. Indianapolis Colts plus 3.5. I think they could lose by 3. Jacksonville upset of the week right there. Jacksonville on the road. Also, Kansas City Chiefs at home as an underdog. You can't pass that up. When's the next time you're going to get the Chiefs at home as an underdog? Right. You got plus money with Mahomes at Mahomes. You're taking that. And then Dallas plus 6.5. It's a revenge thing with Micah Parsons. And I think this is going to be a close game. It's going to be a close one. I'm not saying it's going to be like 41-40 or anything like that. But I just see this game being within a touchdown. Maybe 24-27, something like that. Kind of worried about Green Bay's offense. We have one game, you know, where Jaden Reed has been out from the beginning of the game. And the Packers went into the third quarter. There was 3 minutes left. They hadn't had an offensive touchdown in the game. And yeah, I mean, Dallas's defense sucks, but that's just kind of concerning. So I don't know. Honestly, I'm really glad that I reused my selections and I took Green Bay minus 6.5. And while I was at it, I swapped out the what was it? I made Green Bay 6.5, and then what was the other one I did? I changed that and I took the Patriots minus 5.5 instead of the Panthers. So if the Packers win by 7 or more, I need the Panthers I'm sorry, the Patriots to cover the -5.5. All right, let's refresh and see where we're at. Let's see if we did it, guys. Are you ready? We're still at 998. We can't get 2 more subscribers? How? How are we plateauing right here? Come on. 2 more freaking subs. I'm going to just start posting it anywhere. I'm going to X. I'm going to X. Come on. No. Where are we at on X? 3 hours ago. Help me get 2 more subs so we can hit 1,000 and I can end the stream. LOL. Tonight was our 1,000 subscribers live stream, and we're stuck at 998. LOL. All right. And I'm just going to copy and paste this as well. There we go. There we go. Copy, Control C. Awesome. Oh, shit. There we go. Copy and reply. Boom. All right. Here we go. I'm just putting this on X. Hopefully some of these people, pretty sure Judy had a solid season. There we go. These people are going to help us out. I know it. These are good people. These are good people. They're going to help us get there. And ultimately, you never know. Like, one of these people could be a new fan of the show. You know, we'll see. Let's see if we got sleeper Broncos. There's been a lot of speculation about whether the Broncos. How long ago is this? Oh, 10 hours. Yeah, they're probably sleeping. Let's go. Brown star rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders knows he's better than some quarterbacks who play in the league right now. This is what he said in the locker room. I know if you see the quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that. Special confidence. And here is Shedeur Sanders. I'm a fan of Shedeur Sanders, but I got to say, he hold on. I'm a fan of Shedeur Sanders, but once in a while you get, oh, I didn't realize my bet was still up. I'm a fan of Shedeur Sanders, but once in a while you get a student athlete that you're like, did this guy go to class or not? Like, he sounds like he struggles, just basic words, and I'm not, picking on him or anything. It's just when you hear him talk, he sounds like almost immature. I don't know how to explain it. Does anyone else hear this? It sounds like a 12-year-old's talking. And like I said, I'm a Colorado guy. I'm a big Shedeur Sanders fan, and I hope he works out. But he definitely doesn't sound like Richard Sherman, who went to Stanford, put it that way. Now, I want to, here we go, Control C. I can share this video with you here. Share.
That's not nothing, in my place to answer. That's nothing I can't answer. Not answer, but I know for sure I'm not. I know if you see the quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that. That's not nothing, in my place to answer. That's nothing I can't answer. Not answer, but I know for sure I'm not. I know if you see the quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that.
Love the confidence. I feel like we should have already seen Shedeur Sanders. I continue to be really upset that we haven't seen Shedeur Sanders. I mean, why are you gay? Somebody asked me that. Why are you gay? Twitter's a weird place. I got to give a tremendous amount of credit and respect to Marvin Harrison Jr. He really hung in there, battled through a ton of adversity and overcame it to show why he's a future star. Okay, calm down. He dropped the ball 5 times in the last 2 weeks. He didn't save a child from a burning car. He just started catching the balls that were placed in his hands. I don't know if I have more respect for Marvin Harrison after he stopped doing something bad, right? It's like you're projected to be the best wide receiver in your class, one of the greatest ever, and you're out there dropping the ball. Yeah, you don't get, I can't be an asshole to my wife and then be like, hey, I wasn't an asshole today. You should have a ton of respect for me. You don't get points just because you stopped doing something bad, in my opinion. Like, yeah, I'm glad he has the mental toughness to not let it define him. But what are we talking about here? We're not talking about an undrafted player that drops the ball and has serious doubts, like Drew Brees when he had his injury and Sean Payton was like, I want you on the Saints. And Drew Brees has vocally said, I didn't even believe in me at that point. Like, we're talking about a wide receiver that, do you think because he dropped the ball 5 times that he had any doubts who he was? Of course not. This guy is special. This is a special talent. This is not somebody who drops the ball 5 times and his career is derailed. I just feel like it's a little bit of an over exaggeration to be like, I have so much credit and respect that he hung in there and battled through a ton of adversity. He overcame it. That's why he's a future star. No, he was a future star before he dropped the ball. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be like, he was a future star before he was a future star before he started dropping passes. I feel like that sums up exactly what I'm trying to say. Who has the worst hands, Brian Thomas Jr. or Marvin Harrison Jr.? I'm gonna go with Marvin Harrison Jr. for right now, just because Brian Thomas Jr. has put out top 7 seasons. Like, I'm just gonna give him the nod because I believe he had more passing yards or receiving yards last year. Let me see. Marvin Harrison 2024 receiving yards and catches. 885. Yeah. 885 receiving yards, 8 touchdowns. 885 receiving yards. Now, let's do 1,282. So he had almost 500 yards, more receiving yards than Marvin Harrison Jr. And I know that's not really the question, but because I don't have a clear-cut answer, I'm going to go with Marvin Harrison because Brian Thomas Jr. has at least been able to counter his drops with, almost 1,300 yards as a rookie, which is pretty freaking amazing. I had him on my fantasy team last year. Yeah, I wonder what the Browns need. I wonder what it would take for the Browns to put Shedeur Sanders in the game. That's a real question. Let me ask you guys this in the chat. Is there such thing as a must-win week 4? Because there's a lot of Bronco fans coming out saying that week 4 is a must-win. They say, I don't care what anyone says. This is a must-win for the Broncos. Do you guys agree with that? Do you guys agree that you can be this early in a season? Because, of course, there's the black and white answer that's like a must-win is when you're eliminated from the playoffs if you lose. And then there's more an abstract way of answering it where it's like, well, if, you lose this game, your confidence is derailed. You would need to win 5 games against playoff teams in order to salvage the season. So you would be setting yourself up for a very unlikely road to the playoffs. So because of all that, it is a must win. Cam says still early enough to have 1 or 2 bad losses and bounce back. I agree with that. I just feel like it feels like a must win to the fans. But in reality, it's really not. Like you said, I mean, look, if Denver lost, the fact that they could win, their next 2 games and be 500 is like, how is it a must win if you're 500? If you're 2 games away from 500, how is it a must win? And it's not even week 6. Tony Gonzalez, if there was somebody who played himself out of the Hall of Fame, it's Russell Wilson. That's my next question. Did Russell Wilson play himself out of the Hall of Fame? Did Russell Wilson play himself out of the Hall of Fame? I never thought it was possible, but Tony Gonzalez is right. If there was ever somebody who could do it, it seems like it was Russell Wilson. Broncos are wearing blue helmets. I repeat, Broncos are wearing blue helmets. The helmets they practice in are the helmets they'll wear for the game. I'm interested to see what color pants they choose. All blue is my preference, but white pants with blue socks is also acceptable. All right. Evan Ingram not only practiced, but was flying around the field today. Good sign. I like it. I like the sense of urgency. Denver's going to be wearing the blue helmets. They're probably going to be wearing what we saw on Monday night against the Browns last year. Are you invested in knowing what color pants the Broncos are wearing this weekend? 50-50. 384 votes. Yes. No, I don't care. And it's exactly 50-50. Good things happen when Bo Nix sets his feet. Yeah. If you see a kicker ripping smelling salts, the game's already over. That was tonight. Seattle's kicker came out onto the field smelling salts and kicks the game winner. You got to love it. If Bo Nix connects with any one of his wide receivers or the Broncos don't get hosed by a leverage call, they're undefeated. Man, I know. I was just talking about it. Tua Tagovailoa on criticism from Cam Newton. I want to see anybody on the streets come play QB. It's easier to be able to hold the clicker and talk about it. Better be careful. Holy shit. Richard Sherman and Tony Gonzalez go off on Russell Wilson saying that he's not a Hall of Famer. Wow. And Richard Sherman, I mean, that one hits a lot harder. I don't know. Don't quote me. I'm just reading this. I don't know if Richard Sherman actually said that. But Tony Gonzalez never won a ring. So we'll just leave that there. I mean, but the same logic could go for Richard Sherman, you know, aside from the left outside linebacker, or, you know, aside from the legion of boom, you were just one player on that team. Like, I don't know, if you want to go nitpick people's successes and achievements, go for it. But, you know, what's done is done. Russell Wilson, fastest player in NFL history to win 100 games. No matter how many games he loses, cannot change that, you know? Cam said, I mean, think of Shaq. He was horrible his last 5-6 years. That's true. And nobody remembers it. You know, the last place I remember Shaq was with the Miami Heat. And they won the finals with Dwayne Wade. That's my last memory of Shaq. Winning the finals with Shaq. All right. Let me just try making a post. For the love of God, please. Okay. Here we go. Share. Okay. I tried something new. I went on X and I said on a post, instead of commenting it, I said, for the love of God, please help me get my last 2 YouTube subscribers. We are 2 subs away from 1,000. All right, we'll see if that gets us any luck. Let's see. All right. Here we go. We got Crafty in the chat. I have the promontory theme music from Last of the Mohicans playing on repeat in the background until the epic moment when Kyle gets his 1,000th sub. Oh, okay, we're keeping that. We're keeping that. We got to keep it. No, not yet. Not yet. But close. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. To the windows, to the wow. Dude, it's sorry, it's late. I can't read right now. Trey Benson is trending. Why is Trey Benson trending? Oh, people were hoping Trey Benson was going to have a huge game today, and they're disappointed. Watching DeMarcado score when I started Trey Benson. Yeah, I actually had him. I needed him to have one more receiving yard. And then on the final drive, they just decided, hey, let's take Trey Benson out of the game and not put him in. That'll be fun. Let's do it. Vegas collecting the money from everyone who bet JSN and Trey Benson props tonight. Kenneth Walker and Trey Benson fantasy managers wanted those touchdowns. Uh-oh. 998. Uh-oh. I think we're getting somewhere. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Create a YouTube account for personal use. Bob Saget. We're hitting 1,000. What? I'm going to be the 1,000th subscriber. All right. I didn't even create a password. Whatever. I'm not going to cheat my way to 1,000 subscribers anyway. It's funny. It's been flying all day long, nonstop. And then I get to 998 and I can't get 2. It's been an hour. This is crazy. This is absolutely bonkers. Kyle will be like, F it, I'll do it myself. Screw it, we're doing it live. Well, we tried. We did. We really tried. Unfortunately, we plateaued. I asked the internet to help me. They couldn't. They couldn't. I know people saw my message, but they said, you know what? This guy wants 2 subscribers. Fuck that guy. I don't know why they felt that way, but they did. And because of that, we didn't get it. But we're going to hit it tomorrow. So it doesn't really matter. I just thought it'd be cool to be live for that moment. But we're going to have a lot of cool moments, like hitting 2,000, hitting 10,000, hitting 50,000. You know, this is just another moment that is a part of a lot of bigger moments. Predictions on which coach goes after week 4. Surely McDaniels goes if he loses to the Jets. I think McDaniels, I think he's safe even if they lose to the Jets. Atlanta, I think Atlanta, just because Raheem Morris has a history with that team, I don't think they would fire him in the middle of the season. It has to be a real dumpster fire to get fired mid-season. I think it's Okay, bold prediction. No head coach gets fired during the season this year. That's going to be my bold prediction this year, is that no head coach gets fired. Jinja, I fell asleep, or worlds have accounted up. I fell asleep, or I would have accounted up. Cam said so damn close. I know. We came so close. And Jinja said that is bold. Yeah, I just don't see it. Like, Denver firing Nathaniel Hackett, they had to. It was his first year, and he was such an embarrassment. But, like, I feel like Raheem Morris is respected in Atlanta. I think they would fire him classy. They'd be classy about it. They're not going to just fire him mid-season. Mike McDaniels, I think him and Tua, like, they're connected. So even if they want to move off of Tua or Mike McDaniels, they have to do it at the same time, because it's like, if you fire Mike McDaniels, do you really believe that whoever you're replacing him with is going to get more out of Tua? No. Because we've already seen Mike McDaniel turn Tua into a Pro Bowl quarterback. So It's possible that they would pivot off of Mike McDaniels and Tua, but not during this season. And that leaves Dable, who you decided to go with him. You drafted Jackson Dart. You're at least going to see, for the sake of Jackson Dart, you want to give him the same head coach for at least one season. And any head coach that has a rookie quarterback starting, they get, that season's kind of like a pass where it's like, we know the head coach is dealing with a rookie quarterback. So he goes off of my list as well. And plus, I think Joe Sheehan, the GM for the Giants, is connected to Dable. I think they could both get fired together after the season, but I think they're connected. And then who does that leave? Like, who does that leave, Oh, Brian Callahan. I think Callahan could get fired. He just gave up play calling, but he didn't even give it to the OC. He gave it to like the quarterback coach. They've had a lot of penalties. Yeah, that's my coach. That's my coach that gets fired, Callahan. Crafty said, I took a nap too in hopes that I would wake up in time for the magic moment. Crafty's a real one. He is. Crafty has leveled up today. Crafty, we won't forget this. We won't forget this. Crafty, it's time for you to make your appearance on the YouTube channel. Are you ready? Here we go. Customize channel. Bye, Steve. Crafty. There you go. I bet I should fix this anyway. On Mondays, we bring you I'm going to say Monday Night Football live stream. Oops, I'm in all caps. On Monday, we bring you Monday Night Football. On Tuesday, Kyle gives you a recap. And on Thursdays at noon Central Time, we make our predictions. Okay. Welcome, Crafty. Let's see it. Crafty. Crafty. Made it onto the home page. How does it feel, Crafty? It was long overdue. It was long overdue. There we go. Let's see. Oh, do you remember this?
Classy move by both men. In a game that almost defies description.
See, here's the thing, though, Stephen A. See, when I beat you bad like this, I do you a favor. I let you know from top to bottom, you're not good enough.
That was embarrassing.
How does it end? Fair question.
$85 million spread over 2 years in a historic move with the biggest dead cap hit to an NFL team in the history of the NFL. $85 million will not be available for the Denver Broncos because they have cut Russell Wilson.
We went onto the field, and about throw 16, I just said to George, this is a guy.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix. There it is.
Well, I think it's too high for Bo Nix. If we like one of these guys a lot, then I'm unconcerned where people think we should draft him. Really.
Get to a point, and I remember saying this in our ownership meeting, and I said, we can't be the only ones seeing this.
I always thought Sean Payton was going to take him.
All right, let's go.
First off, the personalities are going to match.
Better arm than I think people think.
Yeah.
Are you ready to name him the starter?
Yeah.
And why haven't you?
Listen,
Why don't we just settle this right now?
it's the first time for me.
But I think it's like it's a
But I
bit
think
of
your
it's a bit
question-
of the jig is up, though, Coach. Like
Yeah.
it's like we know he's the guy. Why not hand him the keys like Chicago did with Caleb?
It's in the book. Sean can say what he wants. Bo Nix is the starter. I would expect to hear that here in the next day or two.
Bo Nix, starting quarterback.
Were you right?
So I'm super excited and ready to get back to work again.
I think he's going to adapt to the NFL really fast.
Hot take. Bo Nix is the best quarterback this year.
He's looking for Drew Brees.
Yes,
sure. Or he was looking for Patrick Mahomes, but he blew that.
Have you found your Patrick Mahomes?
And see how carefully he's choosing his words.
I was higher on him than most.
This felt pretty obvious if you watched him play in his preseason games.
Scrambling behind the line of scrimmage to find people to throw to. Only Caleb Williams is better than him in that department.
You know, you kind of feel the poise when he's playing.
He looks the part. That's what we look for at rookie quarterbacks. You're out there on the field. Do you look the part?
Every single year, there's a pop team. And I'm watching Bo Nix, and I've had a couple of texts with Sean Payton. I just think Denver's better.
What are your impressions after you've seen Bo Nix play preseason football?
I think it's been 2 pretty good weeks in a row, Bucci. I really think he's done a good job.
PFF has their personnel near the bottom of the league, and I'm like,
Bo Nix, I mean, it's 2 weeks in a row. It's incredible.
Were you right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You want to win a Super Bowl?
All right. Have you guys seen that? I think I showed you guys that before. I made that last year. Right before the season started. All right. Let's see where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. Moment of truth. Here we go. The Only Football Podcast has $998 Man, I feel like as soon as I get off, we're going to hit it. I feel it. Still showing 998 for me. Do you guys have like your sister's phone or something that you can just like... It's so crazy. It's like, because I'm asking people to help me, no one will do it. I guarantee you, as soon as I go, all right, guess we'll go to bed, I'm gonna go downstairs and it'll be at 1,000. That's what's killing me. 998. Look, there's nothing wrong with 998. All right, we're gonna hit 1,000. We're gonna hit 1,000 tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be the day. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day for us. We're gonna hit 1,000 subs. And Crafty said, "Well, I do have my sister's phone number, but she might not appreciate getting woken up at 3:30 a.m. where I live." Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Crafty said, "It's an honor, Ginger, but what did poor Steve do to lose favor?" I don't know. I don't know where Steve is. Steve hasn't been here in years. I just hope he's okay. Really. I just hope Steve is happy. Whatever he's doing, I just hope he's happy. I hope he found love. I hope he's got an awesome Peyton Manning Tennessee jersey like this. All right, where is my overlay? That's not it. This was the overlay. There it is. Okay. Welcome inside of the Denver Broncos locker room. I take you inside of the Broncos locker room for the first time with Danger Russ. Yeah, let's cover that up. All right. I'm going to be honest. I'm just not a quitter. I'm not a quitter. But I want to quit. But that's when, I mean, how can you say you're not a quitter if you're never, like, when you want to quit is when you find out whether or not you're a quitter. Like, if you don't want to quit, like, there's no virtue in not quitting when you don't want to quit, it's like a man that is not capable of violence. There's no virtue in his ability to have self-control if he's not capable of violence, right? This is when people say I'm not a quitter. These are the moments right here. If only Russ had invested as much effort into team leadership as his wardrobe. The messed up thing is he probably has. He probably has. Kobe Bryant knee was down before the fumble. Refs call it Arizona ball. Was it though? Because all turnovers are reviewed. Let's see. He's sliding and that's close. That's close. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this? Is this a fumble? Or is he down? Down. Was he touched? Right here. Was he touched by this player? The ball was, it looked like he was touched on the helmet. It looks like he's touched on the helmet there. And the ball now comes out. And when he's touched on the helmet, okay, ball. He has the ball. He has the ball. He has the ball. We can't see, though. Is the ball coming out? Touched. Here's his knee. Down. He's touched on the head. He's still holding the ball. This player has his knee on the ground. He's been touched. It looks right here that he's still holding the football. Elbow hasn't hit the ground. You see the space between his elbow and the grass. But this player is down. And now the ball pops out. What happened? Did he get knocked out? No. He just had his eyes closed. Brace for impact. This was called Arizona ball. This was called Arizona ball. And in reality, he should have been down by contact right there. Down by contact. Knee down, touched, controlled the ball. Worked out for Atlanta. It worked out for Atlanta. I'll give him that. Cardi B confirms that Patriots star wide receiver Stephon Diggs eats her BBL and that it doesn't stink. The way this ass be getting eaten, it can't be. What's a BBL? Do you have no class whatsoever? Why are you talking publicly about what you and your boyfriend do in the bedroom? It's just like so low class. Well, I'm only talking about it because they said my vagina stinks. Why are you even engaging in this? Like, if somebody on the internet was like talking about, I would just, okay, weirdo. I wouldn't be like, no, actually it doesn't. And I'll tell you why. By putting information out there about somebody else that's not even consenting. A match made in purgatory. If ever two people were made for each other, it's Cardi and Diggs. Ref's just trying to keep the game competitive. I'm actually surprised about that because all turnovers are reviewed. How did they not see that if you and I can? Somebody retweeted my post, which I appreciate. Somebody decided to say, I've got a tremendous amount of credit and respect to Marvin Harrison. He really hung in there, battled through a ton of adversity, and overcame it all to show why he's a future star in this league. I'm like, okay, dude. Marvin Harrison Jr. was like one of the most elite college wide receivers to come out. He's not so fragile that a couple of drops, had him wondering if he belonged in the NFL or not. So what did he overcome? His own problems of dropping 6 passes the last 2 weeks? Like, I'm sorry, you don't get more credit because you stopped dropping the ball. And what I said was he was a future star before he started dropping passes. Like, don't act like he saved a kid from a burning car because he held onto the ball for once. It's just like ridiculous. It's so corny. Like, okay, a quarterback that's undrafted that throws 3 picks in the first quarter and then has a perfect game. Awesome. Okay. Somebody that has, because what are we talking about? Okay. Whenever we're talking about a player overcoming mistakes, we're talking about adversity. Okay. We're talking about a player who has a very shaky sense of self-worth, and a couple mistakes, if you don't really know who you are, right? You can throw 3 interceptions in the first quarter, and if you don't really know who you are because the public doesn't really know who you are, so you don't have your tires constantly being pumped by everybody telling you you're the greatest thing in the world, and you go out there and throw 3 picks in the first half, but you know who you are. They don't know who I am, but I know who I am. And I'm better than this. And you overcome, okay. Then you can make a post saying how special that, somebody that this could have been a moment that derailed your career. But, this guy really knows who he is. He didn't lose his confidence one bit. That's a story. One of the most prolific wide receivers to enter the NFL in the last 5 years, dropping the ball 6 times in the last 2 weeks and then not dropping the ball is not like a breakout adversity moment. I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but it's just not what you're painting it to be. I just realized what you meant, a match made in purgatory. I don't know why I didn't understand the first time what you were saying. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got 998 subscribers. We didn't make it to 1,000 because everyone's sleeping. That's why. It's not because we didn't do our job, right? We came in here, we brought the vibe, we brought the energy. Tomorrow I'm going to be live, and we're going to hit 1,000 because I'm going to be going live. And man, I'm just bummed out that we couldn't get to 1,000. We got to 998 subscribers. We came so close, and unfortunately, we came 2 subscribers short. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to hit it tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to hit 1,000, and it's going to be an amazing moment. So, how selfish of them. Don't they know they can sleep when they're dead? I know, especially knowing that we haven't hit 1,000 yet. How can you even sleep? But if you were part of us getting to 1,000 today, thank you. I'm sorry that we were too short. I'm sorry we were 2 subscribers short from hitting 1,000. But it was not because you guys didn't try. You guys were here. You guys brought the energy. we had, let's see, our short is up to 675,000 views. Okay. So look, tomorrow we're probably gonna be at 1,100 tomorrow. And we're gonna be like, remember when you got 100 subs while you were sleeping, but you stayed live for 5 hours because you were trying to get 2? Ha 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 ha. That's what's so ridiculous about this, is that tomorrow we're probably going to have like 50 more subs. But for whatever reason, it is not going to happen right this hour. So thank you guys for helping be a part of this. Tomorrow I'm going to be going live. I hope Crafty, I hope you're there. I hope Ginger, you're there. We had our new buddy who has been 2 nights in a row. He's been here, Cam the Ham. Look, we're building a family here. We're building a community. We had Malcolm. Look, he doesn't even know us. He said just subbed. Best of luck, man. You know, that's the kind of thing that tells me, did we hit 1,000? No, but it was never a wasted moment because we built what we had. We built more, one person at a time, brick by brick. We're building this channel, and you don't get to 1,000 overnight. That's the message. 1,000 subscribers doesn't happen overnight. It happens over 2 nights. Oh, man. I'm just kidding, but seriously. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, Crafty, Ginger. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Be safe. All right. Good to see you guys, as always. I'll see you tomorrow morning. See ya.